quiet valley, a river flowed slowly past green fields. Beside the water stood an old mill. Its great wooden wheel turned day and night, pushed by the steady current. The mill belonged to a poor miller. His pockets were almost always empty, but his heart was full of pride, for he had one treasure greater than gold: a daughter. She was gentle and kind, with a calm smile that brightened every room. People in the nearby cottages often spoke of her beauty. Her hair shone like ripe wheat under the summer sun, and her eyes were clear and bright. Yet she owned no riches, no land, no jewels, no fine dowry to offer a future husband. Only her beauty and her father's proud words. One day, the miller was called to the king's court. Standing before the throne, he wished to appear clever and important. So he boasted foolishly. "My daughter is not only beautiful," he said boldly. "She can spin straw into pure gold." The king loved gold more than anything in his kingdom. At these words, his eyes gleamed. "Bring the girl to my castle," the king commanded. "We shall see if this tale is true." The next morning, the miller's daughter was taken to the king's castle. The halls were wide and silent. Her footsteps echoed on the cold stone floor. The king led her up a tall tower. At the top, he opened a heavy wooden door. Inside was a strange room. Straw lay everywhere. Great piles of it reached the walls. In the center stood a spinning wheel and a small spindle. The king turned to her. "Spin all this straw into gold," he said. "You have until sunrise. If you fail, you will die." Then he stepped outside. The door closed. A loud lock clicked into place. The girl stood very still. She had never spun gold. She did not even know how such a thing could be done. Slowly, she sat beside the wheel. Her hands trembled. Tears slid down her cheeks. The room grew darker. The night grew deeper. Then, at the stroke of midnight, the door creaked open. A strange little man stepped inside. He was small and quick, with bright, curious eyes. "Why are you crying so sadly?" he asked. The girl wiped her tears. "The king has ordered me to spin this straw into gold," she said. "If I fail, I must die." The little man tilted his head. "What will you give me?" he asked softly. "If I spin it for you?" "My necklace," she whispered. The little man nodded. He took the necklace and sat at the wheel. The spindle began to turn. Round and round it flew. The straw vanished. Golden thread appeared. All night the wheel hummed. By morning, every pile of straw was gone. In its place lay shining gold. Soon the door opened. The king stepped inside. His eyes widened at the sight. But he did not praise the girl. Instead, his hunger for gold only grew stronger. When morning came, the king returned to the tower. He looked at the shining piles of gold. His eyes glittered with delight, but he was not satisfied. Without a word of praise, he led the girl to another chamber. This room was even larger than the first, and it was filled with more straw. Great heaps of it covered the floor. The king pointed to the spinning wheel. "Spin all of this into gold by sunrise," he said. "If you fail, you will die." Then he left her there, alone. The door closed. The lock turned. The girl's heart sank. Once again, she sat beside the wheel. Once again, she began to cry. The night passed slowly. Shadows filled the room. Then, at midnight, the door creaked open. The strange little man stepped inside. He smiled when he saw her tears. "What will you give me this time?" he asked. "If I spin the straw for you again?" The girl slipped a ring from her finger. "This is all I have left," she said softly. The little man took the ring. Then he sat at the spinning wheel. Round and round the spindle flew. The straw disappeared. Golden thread appeared in its place. By dawn, the whole chamber shone with treasure. When the king saw it, his greed only grew stronger. He led the girl to the largest chamber yet. It was overflowing with straw. "If you spin this into gold," the king said, "I will make you my queen." But his voice was cold, for the threat had not changed. If she failed, she would die. The king led her to the largest chamber in the tower. The room was enormous. Straw filled every corner. Great piles reached almost to the ceiling. The girl stared at it in silence. She had nothing left to give. No necklace, no ring. The king spoke slowly. "Spin all this straw into gold by sunrise," he said. "If you succeed, you will become my queen." Then he left. The door closed behind him. The lock turned. The girl sank beside the spinning wheel. Her hands covered her face. She felt completely helpless. At midnight, the door opened once more. The strange little man stepped inside. He looked around the room. Then he looked at her. "What will you give me this time?" he asked. "If I spin the straw for you?" "I have nothing left," the girl whispered. The little man's eyes gleamed. "Then promise me something else," he said quietly. "When you become queen, give me your firstborn child." The girl shuddered. The thought filled her with fear, but if she refused, she would die before morning. At last she nodded. The little man smiled and began his work. The wheel spun through the night. Straw vanished. Golden thread filled the room. When the king returned at sunrise, he was overjoyed. True to his word, he married the girl. And so the poor miller's daughter became queen. A year passed. In time, she gave birth to a beautiful child. For a while, she forgot the terrible promise she had made. Months passed, and the queen tried to forget the strange bargain. She cared for her child with every ounce of love. But one night, a shadow moved across her chamber. The little man had returned. His eyes glimmered in the candlelight as he reminded her of the promise she had made. The queen clutched her baby tightly to her chest. Fear tightened around her heart. "Please," she whispered, "do not take my child." She offered all the treasures of her kingdom, gold, jewels, and fine silks. She even promised lands and palaces. But the man shook his head. "No treasure can replace a living child," he said. His voice was calm but firm. "The child is mine, unless you can guess my name." Her eyes widened. A challenge? There was a chance to save her baby. "You have 3 days," he said, "to discover my name. Speak it correctly, and the child is yours to keep." Then he vanished into the night, leaving the queen in silence. A race against time had begun. She must think, search, and listen, or she would lose her child forever. The first night, the queen whispered name after name. She tried every common one she had ever heard. John, Henry, Peter. Nothing was right. Her lips grew dry, and her heart pounded with worry. The next morning, she sent messengers across the land. They were to ask every villager, every traveler, for any name they knew. The second night, she tried stranger names, names of animals, odd-sounding words, even silly rhymes. Each guess made the little man laugh. His eyes sparkled with mischief, and he shook his head every time. By the third night, despair weighed heavily on her. Time was almost gone. She felt the child's life slipping away, like sand through her fingers. Then, a messenger returned with news from the forest. He had seen a tiny hut. A fire burned brightly in front, and around it danced a small, comical man. He hopped on one leg, spinning and singing, "Today I bake, tomorrow I brew, the next day the child is due. No one can guess that Rumpelstiltskin is my name." The queen's heart leapt. She finally knew the answer. The secret name had been revealed. Now the final confrontation was at hand. That night, the little man appeared again. He stepped into the queen's chamber with a confident smile. His eyes gleamed as he prepared to claim his prize. The queen took a deep breath. She decided to play with him a little. "Is your name Jack?" she asked. "No," she added. "Henry, or perhaps Peter?" The little man's smile widened with every wrong guess. He laughed, stamping his tiny feet. Each false name made him prouder, more certain of victory. Then the queen paused. She spoke clearly, her voice steady. "Your name is Rumpelstiltskin." The little man froze. Shock and disbelief flashed across his face. "No, how did you?" he cried. Fury filled him, hotter than any fire. He stamped the ground with all his strength. He tore and twisted, trying to reclaim what was lost. But his rage was too great. In a final, furious struggle, he destroyed himself. The queen held her child close. Peace returned to the castle and the kingdom. And from that day forward, the tale was remembered. Pride can lead to foolish boasts. Greed may bind kings to cruelty. But no secret, no matter how cunning, can remain hidden forever. Near the edge of a wide forest, there stood a small, quiet village. The houses were simple. The air was calm. Birds often sang in the trees beyond the fields. In that village lived a young girl who was loved by everyone. She was kind. She was cheerful. And she always greeted people with a warm smile. But one person loved her more than anyone else. Her grandmother. The old woman adored the child dearly. She often thought of ways to make her happy. One winter evening, while the wind whispered outside the windows, the grandmother made a small hood from soft red velvet. She stitched it carefully, with patient hands and a loving heart. When the girl tried it on, it suited her perfectly. She loved it so much that she wore it every single day. Soon the villagers began calling her Little Red Riding Hood, and the name stayed with her. One morning, her mother called her into the kitchen. A fresh cake rested on the table. Beside it stood a small bottle of sweet wine. "Your grandmother is ill," her mother said gently. "Take these to her. They will help her feel stronger." She placed the basket in the girl's hands. "But listen carefully," the mother added. "Stay on the forest path. Do not wander into the woods." The girl nodded. "I will be careful," she promised. Then she lifted the basket, adjusted her red hood, and set off toward the forest path. The forest path was narrow and winding. It curved between tall trees and thick bushes. Soft sunlight slipped through the branches above. Birds sang from the treetops. Leaves whispered whenever the wind moved through them. The whole forest felt calm and peaceful. Along that quiet path walked Little Red Riding Hood. She carried a small basket on her arm. Her bright red hood rested on her head. The color shone among the green trees. It looked almost like a little flame moving through the forest. But someone was watching her. Deep in the shadows, a wolf stood hidden among the bushes. His eyes followed the girl as she walked. He had been wandering the woods for hours, and he was very hungry. Slowly, the wolf stepped out onto the path. He lowered his head and spoke in a polite voice. "Good morning, little girl." Little Red Riding Hood looked up at him. "Good morning," she answered kindly. She had never been told to fear wolves, so she did not think there was any danger. The wolf walked beside her for a short distance. "Where are you going this morning?" he asked. "I am visiting my grandmother," the girl replied. "She is sick and feeling weak." She lifted the basket slightly. "I am bringing her some cake and a bottle of wine. My mother says it will help her feel better." The wolf's ears twitched with interest. "And where does your grandmother live?" he asked gently. "She lives deeper in the forest," said the girl, "in a small cottage beneath 3 tall oak trees. There is a hedge of hazel bushes in front of the house." The wolf nodded as if he were only making conversation. But inside his mind, a greedy thought was growing. First, the old grandmother, he thought. Then the little girl. Yes, that would be a very fine meal. The wolf smiled, showing just enough teeth to seem friendly. "Look how beautiful the forest is today," he said. "The sunlight dances through the leaves. The birds sing so sweetly, don't they?" Little Red Riding Hood looked around. Indeed, the forest seemed more lovely than she had ever noticed. The air smelled fresh. The flowers along the path glowed with colors, bright and cheerful. "Why rush along the path?" the wolf asked. "See the flowers? They would make a lovely bouquet for your grandmother. She would be so happy." The girl paused and glanced down at the blooms. She imagined her grandmother smiling. A bouquet of flowers would surely delight her. Carefully, she stepped off the path. She knelt among the flowers, picking one after another. A bluebell, a daisy, a bright yellow sunflower. Then another, and another. Each flower seemed to call to her, leading her farther into the forest. She wandered slowly, letting herself be drawn by the beauty. She did not notice how far she strayed. The trees grew taller, the shadows deeper. The birds still sang, but the path seemed farther away with each step. Meanwhile, The wolf did not waste a single moment. He ran swiftly through the undergrowth, silent and fast. Branches brushed his fur. Leaves rustled under his paws. Nothing could stop him. He knew the cottage well. The old woman would never suspect him coming so quickly. As Little Red Riding Hood lingered among the flowers, he raced ahead, his mind filled with thoughts of a cunning plan and a meal beyond measure. By the time the girl lifted her eyes from her bouquet, the wolf had already reached the grandmother's cottage. He paused at the door, smiling to himself. The path had led him straight to his prey. A sharp knock echoed on the cottage door. "Who is there?" called a frail voice from inside. "It is I, your granddaughter," the wolf said, trying to mimic her voice. "Come in, dear," said the grandmother, her weak hands lifting the latch. The door swung open. In an instant, the wolf was inside. Before she could react, he leapt forward and swallowed the old woman whole. Silence filled the room. The cottage smelled faintly of cake and pine. The wolf paused to listen. Everything was quiet. He prowled around the house, examining each corner. Finally, he found the grandmother's nightclothes and the red hood. With careful pause, he dressed himself in the garments. The red hood now rested atop his furry head. He climbed into the bed, pulling the covers close. He tucked the curtains around himself. From outside, the cottage looked peaceful. Inside, the wolf lay in wait. His eyes glimmered as he imagined the next visitor. Soon, the little girl would arrive, carrying her basket of goodies, and he would have his feast. The forest outside was calm, but inside, a deadly plan had already begun. The wolf waited patiently, motionless under the covers. Every creak of the wooden floor and rustle of leaves made him sharper, more alert. The stage was set. Little Red Riding Hood would soon step inside, and the wolf would be ready. Little Red Riding Hood stepped lightly along the forest path, her arms full of flowers. She thought of the smile these blooms would bring to her grandmother. When she reached the cottage, something felt off. The door was open. A strange silence filled the air. She hesitated for a moment, then entered cautiously. The familiar scent of home seemed heavier, quieter. Her eyes scanned the room as she walked toward the bed. There lay her grandmother, or so it seemed. The red hood rested atop the figure, and the curtains were drawn close. Something about the shape felt odd. "Oh, grandmother," the girl whispered. "What big ears you have." "All the better to hear you with, my dear," came the wolf's disguised voice. "And what big eyes you have." "All the better to see you with," he replied. "And what big hands you have." all the better to grab you with. And what big teeth you have, all the better to eat you with." In a single motion, the wolf leapt from the bed. He lunged at Little Red Riding Hood. Before she could even scream, he swallowed her whole. For a moment, the room was still. Then, satisfied, the wolf climbed back into bed. He rearranged the covers and drew the curtains tight. The two had vanished inside his belly. The cottage fell silent again. Outside, the forest continued its gentle rustling, as if nothing had changed. A huntsman was walking through the forest, his boots crunching over dry leaves. He had been following the trails of game, unaware of what waited ahead. Suddenly, he heard a deep, rattling snore. It came from the direction of the little cottage. His brow furrowed. "That doesn't sound right," he muttered. He approached carefully, keeping low. The snoring grew louder as he reached the door. Something inside felt wrong. He pushed the door open and stepped in. There in the grandmother's bed lay the wolf. Its belly rose and fell with heavy breaths. The huntsman raised his weapon. Then he paused. Perhaps the grandmother was still inside. He could not risk it. Slowly, he lowered the gun and drew a sharp knife from his belt. With careful hands, he cut into the wolf's belly. Suddenly, Little Red Riding Hood leapt out, coughing and trembling. Her eyes widened with relief. Behind her, the grandmother emerged, weak but alive. The old woman clutched her granddaughter close. For a moment, they just stood there, panting. Then, slowly, the realization sank in. They were safe. The wolf had been defeated, and the danger that had filled the forest moments ago was gone. The huntsman sheathed his knife and nodded. "You are both unharmed," he said. "Now, be careful in the forest." Little Red Riding Hood hugged her grandmother tightly. Her heart felt full of gratitude and relief. For the first time, she understood how close they had come to real danger. The cottage was quiet again, but this time it was the peace of safety. They had survived the wolf's cunning plan. Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother worked quickly. They gathered the largest stones they could find, heavy and round. One by one, they placed them inside the wolf's open belly. When the stones were all inside, the huntsman helped them sew it closed. The wolf stirred, his eyes opening wide. A low growl rumbled from his throat. He tried to stand, tried to run, but the stones made him too heavy. His legs buckled beneath him. With a thud, he collapsed to the floor. The huntsman stepped forward and cut the wolf's skin from his body. It was thick and coarse, a warning of the danger he had posed. Meanwhile, the grandmother sat down. She took a bite of the cake and sipped the sweet wine. Her strength returned slowly, and color came back to her cheeks. Little Red Riding Hood watched her carefully. She felt relief wash over her. The wolf was gone, and they were safe at last. She thought about what had happened in the forest, how easily she had been distracted by the flowers, how clever the wolf had been, hiding his true intentions. Her heart was still racing, but now it carried a new understanding. The forest could be beautiful, yes, but it could also be dangerous. She looked at her grandmother, grateful that they had survived, and she promised herself silently to never stray from the path again. The danger had passed, but the lesson would stay with her forever. Little Red Riding Hood sat on a wooden bench outside the cottage, her basket resting beside her. She thought about everything that had happened. "I should not have strayed from the path," she whispered to herself. Her cheeks flushed with shame. She remembered her mother's warning clearly now. "Stay on the forest path. Do not wander into the woods." She had ignored those words, and it had almost cost her life. The flowers had been tempting, yes, but they had led her into danger. She thought of the wolf, hiding in the shadows, pretending to be kind. She shivered at the memory. Strangers, even those who seem friendly, could not always be trusted. Her grandmother placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You are safe now, my dear," she said softly. "But remember this: obedience and caution keep you protected." Little Red Riding Hood nodded solemnly. She promised herself that she would never wander off the path again. She would listen to the words of those who loved her. She would pay attention to warning signs. The forest around them was calm, the birds singing softly in the trees. Everything seemed peaceful once more. She understood the lesson clearly. Curiosity and carelessness could be dangerous, but caution, respect, and listening to the wisdom of others would keep her safe. Little Red Riding Hood lifted her red hood and adjusted the basket. She felt wiser now and stronger. The forest might still be beautiful, but she would walk carefully from that day forward. The lesson had been learned. The dangers of the woods would no longer take her by surprise, and she knew deep in her heart that she would never forget it. Some days later, Little Red Riding Hood once again walked through the forest. The sun shone softly through the trees. Her basket was filled with fresh baked goods for her grandmother. Suddenly, she spotted a wolf among the shadows. It crept toward her, its eyes glinting. "Good morning, little girl," it said, with a voice smooth and false. "Where are you going today?" But she remembered everything that had happened. The flowers, the lies, the danger. She shook her head firmly. "I must go straight to my grandmother's house," she said. "I will not stop, and I will not be tricked." The wolf snarled and tried to lure her off the path. She ignored him. Step by step, she moved forward, confident and cautious. When she arrived at the cottage, she quickly told her grandmother what had happened. The old woman nodded wisely. "Lock the door," she said. "Do not let him near." Outside, the wolf circled the house. It climbed onto the roof, waiting for a chance to strike. But the grandmother had a plan. She filled a large stone trough with hot water and boiled sausages from the day before. The smell rose through the air, rich and tempting. The wolf could not resist. It leaned too far over the edge of the roof to reach the trough. Its claws slipped. It toppled headlong into the steaming water and drowned. The danger was gone. Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother stepped outside, unharmed. The forest seemed calm again, the birds singing softly. The girl adjusted her red hood and lifted her basket. She walked home carefully, her steps measured and sure. Her heart was light, but her mind alert. She had learned the forest's lessons. Curiosity must be balanced with caution. Strangers could never be trusted. And from that day forward, she moved through the world with innocence and wisdom. Little Red Riding Hood had returned home safely. She was wiser, more careful, and ready to face the world. Long ago, when forests were deep and wide, small villages rested quietly beneath the trees. In one of those villages lived a man and his wife. They had a simple cottage. Their life was peaceful. But one sorrow never left their hearts. For many years, they had wished for a child. Morning after morning, they prayed. Night after night, they looked up at the stars. Still, no child came. The wife grew quiet with sadness. Behind their cottage stood a small window. From that window, she could see a garden beyond a tall stone wall. It was a beautiful garden. Bright flowers grew there. Green herbs filled the beds. Fresh vegetables stretched in long, neat rows. The garden looked almost magical. Yet no one dared enter it. The land belonged to a powerful witch. People feared her name. They said her anger was swift and terrible. One evening, the wife stood by the window. Her eyes fell upon a patch of fresh green rampion growing in the garden. At once, a strong craving filled her heart. Day after day, she returned to the window. She stared at the rampion for hours. Soon her face grew pale. Her strength faded. At last she turned to her husband. With trembling voice, she whispered, "If I cannot taste that rampion, I fear I shall waste away." The man looked at his wife's pale face. Her strength was fading. "I must help her," he said quietly. That night, when darkness covered the village, he slipped from the house and went to the stone wall. He climbed carefully and dropped into the witch's garden. The plants grew thick and green. The rampion shone in the moonlight. He pulled a handful and hurried home. His wife prepared it at once. She ate with eager relief. Soon color returned to her cheeks. But the next morning, her craving returned, stronger than before. "Husband," she whispered, "please bring me more." So the man climbed the wall again. He had just gathered the rampion when a sharp voice rose behind him. "What are you doing in my garden?" The witch stepped forward from the shadows. Her eyes burned like fire. The man fell to his knees. "Forgive me," he pleaded. "My wife was ill with longing." The witch watched him for a long moment. Then she smiled, slow and cold. "Take the rampion," she said. "But when your child is born, it will belong to me." The man trembled, yet fear forced him to agree. Soon a baby girl was born. The witch came for the child. She lifted the baby gently. "Her name will be Rapunzel," she said. And she carried the little girl away. Rapunzel grew into a girl of extraordinary beauty. Her hair was long and golden, flowing like sunlight. Her eyes shone with innocence, and her voice was as sweet as the morning birds. The witch, proud and possessive, feared losing her treasure. She led Rapunzel to a tower deep in the forest. It was tall and made of gray stone. There was no door, no stairs, only a single window near the top. At 12 years old, Rapunzel was locked away. She lived there alone, cut off from the world. Days passed quietly. She spent hours looking at the sky. Her only company was the wind and the sunlight on her hair. Whenever the witch came, she called from below, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Rapunzel loosened her golden braid. The witch climbed up, hand over hand, as if the hair were a ladder of light. Years went by. To ease her solitude, Rapunzel sang. Her voice floated through the forest, soft and clear. It carried on the wind, like a song meant for someone far away. One day, a young prince rode through the forest, hunting deer. Suddenly, he heard a voice, clear and sweet, singing above the wind. He stopped. He listened. The song was unlike anything he had ever heard. He searched the trees, looking for the singer. He saw a tall stone tower, but there was no door, no way in. Curious, he hid among the trees one evening. He watched as a woman called up to the tower, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Golden hair tumbled down. A figure climbed the braid to the window. The prince understood the secret. That night, he tried the same words. "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." The girl hesitated, trembling. She had never seen another person. The prince spoke gently. "Your voice stole my heart. I had to see you." Rapunzel's fear softened. Trust grew. She placed her hand in his. He asked her to be his wife. She agreed. Together, they planned her escape. He would bring silk. She would weave it into a ladder. When it was ready, she would climb down, and they would flee. Night after night, the prince visited Rapunzel. They spoke softly. They laughed quietly. Their secret grew stronger with every meeting. One evening, Rapunzel spoke too freely. "I can't wait for you to see me," she said. The witch, hiding nearby, heard every word. Her eyes blazed with fury. She realized Rapunzel had betrayed her. In a terrible rage, she climbed the tower. Her hands grabbed Rapunzel's long golden hair. With one swift motion, she cut it off. Then she seized the girl and cast her into a barren desert. The sun beat down. The winds swept across the sand. Rapunzel wandered alone, frightened and lost. Below, the witch fastened the severed braid to the tower window. She waited silently, a cruel trap for anyone who came. That night, the prince arrived. He called out eagerly, climbing the hair as always. But instead of Rapunzel, he found the witch. "She is gone," the witch sneered. "The little bird has flown." Shock and grief struck the prince's heart. Everything he had hoped for seemed lost. The prince could not believe what he saw. He stumbled back. He lost his balance. He fell from the tower. Thorns tore at his body. Sharp branches pierced his eyes. Darkness swallowed him. Blind and heartbroken, he wandered the wilderness. Days passed, then weeks, then years. He lived on roots and berries. He wept for the love he had lost. The forests were silent companions to his sorrow. Far away, Rapunzel struggled in the desert. She wandered under the burning sun. She found water and shelter when she could. She gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. She held them close. She fed them and raised them alone. Each day, she sang to comfort herself and her children. Her voice carried hope in the emptiness. Even in hardship, she endured. She learned to survive. She kept her heart alive, waiting for the day when fate might return what had been taken. Years passed, and the prince wandered hopelessly. Blind and weary, he stumbled through forests and fields. Then, one day, a faint, familiar voice reached his ears. He paused. He listened closely. It was Rapunzel's song, soft, clear, full of hope. His heart leapt. He moved toward the sound, guided only by her voice. Through thorn and shadow, he followed. At last, he found her. Rapunzel turned, and their eyes met, though his were clouded with darkness. She ran into his arms. Her tears fell on his eyes. Warm, gentle tears. A miracle happened. Sight returned to him. He could see again, as clearly as ever. Joy and relief filled their hearts. They embraced their children, twins of innocence and light. Together, they returned to the prince's kingdom. The people welcomed them with delight. Rapunzel, the prince, and their children lived in peace. Happiness filled every corner of their home, and all sorrow, all fear, became like a shadow passing before the dawn. At the edge of a wide and gloomy forest stood a small, weather-worn cottage. Inside lived a poor woodcutter, his stern wife, and 2 young children. The boy was named Hansel. The girl was called Gretel. The woodcutter worked hard each day, but the land had grown cruel. A terrible famine had spread across the countryside. Fields lay empty. The baker's shelves were bare. Soon there was almost nothing left to eat. Night after night, the children went to bed hungry. Their stomachs ached. Sleep came slowly. One restless evening, the woodcutter lay awake in the darkness. "What will become of us?" he murmured. "Our children cry from hunger, and we have nothing left to give." His wife turned toward him. Her voice was quiet, but hard. "There is only one way," she said. "At dawn, we will lead the children deep into the forest. We will leave them there." The man sat up in shock. "No, I cannot do such a thing." But the woman would not relent. Her words pressed upon him again and again. At last, worn down by fear and despair, he gave in. Not far away, 2 small figures lay awake in the dark. Gretel trembled softly, but Hansel took her hand. "Do not be afraid," he whispered. "I will think of something." Late at night, Hansel woke quietly. He slipped out of bed. The house was still. The moon shone bright above the forest. Its light fell on small white stones near the door. They glittered like tiny silver coins. Hansel bent down. He filled his pockets with the stones. When they were full, he crept back to bed. He whispered to Gretel, "Sleep now. Tomorrow we will find our way." At dawn, the stepmother woke them roughly. "Up," she said. "We go to the forest." She gave each child a small piece of bread. "Do not eat it yet," she warned. The family walked along the narrow forest path. Hansel kept glancing back. Each time he turned, he dropped one of the shining stones. The stepmother scolded him. "Why do you stop?" she snapped. "I was looking back," Hansel said calmly. They reached a quiet clearing deep in the woods. The parents lit a fire. "Sit here," the stepmother said. "We will go farther to cut wood. When we return, you will still be here." Hansel and Gretel ate their bread beside the fire. They listened to the distant knocking sound. It sounded like someone chopping wood. Tired, they fell asleep. Night came, dark and cold. Gretel shivered. "We are alone," she whispered. Hansel held her hand. "Wait for the moon," he said. When it rose, its light touched the ground. A shining path of white stones appeared. Hand in hand, they followed the trail through the dark forest. By morning, they reached their father's cottage. He ran to them, joyful and relieved. The stepmother frowned, angry. The famine grew worse. The cupboards were empty. The children went to bed hungry every night. The stepmother's voice was sharp. "We must leave them again," she said. Her eyes were cold and hard. The father shook his head. "I cannot," he whispered. But her words pressed on him like a heavy weight. At last, he gave in. Hansel and Gretel overheard the plan. Gretel's hands trembled. Hansel held her arm. "Do not worry," he said. "We will find a way." That night, Hansel tried to gather stones again. The door was locked. He could not get out. Still, he whispered to Gretel, "Do not lose hope. Tomorrow we will be ready." Morning came. The stepmother woke them roughly. She gave them smaller pieces of bread than before. Then they were led deep into the forest. This part was unfamiliar. Tall, dark trees blocked the sun. Shadows stretched like long fingers. Hansel broke his bread into tiny crumbs. He dropped them along the path, quietly. His plan was simple. They would follow the trail home. The parents lit a fire and left again. Hansel and Gretel ate their crumbs and waited. The forest was silent. The night grew cold. When Hansel tried to follow the crumbs, they were gone. Birds had eaten them all. there was no path left. The forest felt endless. They wandered for hours, then days. Their stomachs ached. Their legs grew weak. By the third day, they could barely walk. The shadows of the trees seemed taller. Every sound made Gretel shiver. Hansel gripped her hand tightly. "Stay close," he said. "We must keep going." The forest pressed around them. Hope felt far away, but they had each other. Hansel and Gretel trudged through the forest. They were tired, hungry, and weak. Suddenly, a white bird appeared. It sang a soft, sweet song. The children stopped and listened. Its melody was gentle and inviting. The bird hopped along, and they followed. It led them deeper into the trees until they reached a strange little house. The walls were made of bread. The roof was layered with cake. The windows sparkled with sugar. The children's eyes widened. They were starving. Hansel broke off a small piece of the roof. Gretel nibbled at a sugar window pane. "Nibble, nibble, little mouse," a voice called from inside. "Who is gnawing at my house?" Hansel stepped forward quickly. "It is only the wind," he said. "It passed through and knocked a crumb." The door creaked open. An old woman appeared. Her smile was warm, her voice soft. "Come inside, children," she said. "You must be cold and hungry. Here, have food and rest." She offered them soft beds and a table full of milk, pancakes, and fruits. For the first time in days, the children felt safe. They ate and laughed quietly. Then they curled up and fell asleep. But the woman was not kind. Her eyes were sharp, even if hidden. Her candy house was a trap. She had built it to lure children. That night, she whispered to herself, "Now I have them. They will not escape my hands." The forest was dark outside, but inside the house, candles flickered softly. The children slept, unaware of the danger waiting for them. Early the next morning, the old woman entered the room. Her eyes glimmered, cold and sharp. She grabbed Hansel and dragged him to a small cage. The bars were tight and cold. Hansel could barely move. Gretel screamed, but the witch pushed her aside. "You will cook and care for your brother," she said. Her voice was harsh, yet soft enough to make fear grow. Gretel's eyes filled with tears, but she obeyed. She carried water, chopped wood, and prepared meals. Hansel, trapped inside the cage, received rich and heavy food. Every day, the witch brought him milk, meat, and cakes. Gretel was left with scraps, barely enough to eat. Each morning, the witch came to check him. "Stick out your finger," she demanded. She wanted to see if he had grown fat enough to eat. But her eyesight was poor. Hansel slipped a small bone through the bars. The witch touched it carefully. "Still so thin," she muttered. Days turned into weeks. Hansel never grew heavier. The witch's patience thinned. Her anger grew sharp. Finally, she decided she could wait no longer. "Tomorrow, you will die," she hissed. Gretel trembled, fear clawing at her. Hansel leaned back, calm but tense. They both knew the danger was real. The forest outside was quiet. Inside, the house smelled of sugar and smoke. The cage rattled softly as Hansel shifted. His mind worked quickly, searching for a way. The witch left the room, her steps slow but certain. Her plan was almost ready. The tension hung thick in the air. They were trapped, and the nightmare was only beginning. Early the next morning, the witch called Gretel. "Heat the oven," she ordered. "Climb inside and see if it is hot enough." Gretel's heart pounded. She understood the plan. The witch wanted to trap her inside. But Gretel did not show fear. She shook her head slowly. I do not know how to look inside," she said softly. The witch scowled. Her eyes flashed with anger. "You foolish girl," she hissed. "I will show you myself." She stepped forward, leaning toward the oven opening. Her hands reached in, her head bent close. Gretel waited for the right moment. With all her strength, she shoved the witch hard. The old woman tumbled forward into the oven. Gretel slammed the door shut and locked it quickly. The witch howled, her screams echoing off the walls. Then silence. Her power was gone. Gretel ran to Hansel's cage. She fumbled with the lock. It clicked open. Hansel jumped out. His eyes were wide. They hugged each other tightly. Tears and laughter mixed together. Freedom was theirs at last. They danced around the witch's house. The fear that had weighed on them for weeks lifted. For the first time, they felt safe. They were alive. Hansel and Gretel held hands. Their hearts raced with joy. The dark forest still surrounded them, but the worst was over. The nightmare had ended. Hansel and Gretel explored the witch's house. Every corner was strange and dark. Then they found it. Chests filled with jewels and gold. Pearls glimmered like morning dew. Hansel's eyes lit up. He stuffed his pockets full. Gretel filled her apron with treasure. "We must go home," Hansel said. Hand in hand, they left the house. The forest seemed less frightening now. They stepped carefully over roots and rocks. Soon they reached a wide river. There was no bridge, No stones, no boat. A white duck appeared on the water. "Carry us across," Gretel whispered. The duck swam close. One by one, Hansel and Gretel climbed onto its back. It floated them safely to the other side. The forest grew familiar again. The trees, the path, even the smells, they all felt like home. At last, they saw the little cottage. Their father stood at the door. His eyes were wet with tears. He ran to them, hugging them tightly. The cruel stepmother was gone. Relief filled the cottage. Hansel and Gretel poured out their treasure. Jewels, pearls, gold. They spilled across the floor. Poverty and hunger vanished like a bad dream. From that day, the woodcutter and his children lived in peace. The forest was still dark and vast, but the danger had passed. Hansel and Gretel laughed and played. They never forgot the lessons of the forest. They never forgot the courage and cleverness that kept them alive. And so, the little family lived together in joy and plenty. Their hearts were light. The house rang with laughter and warmth. At last, all care ended. They were safe forever. Long ago, in a time now forgotten, there lived a powerful king and a gentle queen. Their kingdom was vast. Their halls were filled with riches. Servants moved at every call. Yet something was missing. No child lived in their palace. No laughter filled the rooms. Each morning, they stood together. Each night, they did the same. They held hands and whispered softly, "If only we could have a child, even just once." But the cradle beside them stayed empty, and their hope grew faint. One day, the queen went to bathe. The water was clear and still. As she rested, something moved below. A small frog rose from the depths. It looked at her with shining eyes. Then it spoke. "Your wish will be granted," it said. "Before a year has passed, you will have a daughter. She will be more beautiful than any before her." The queen was filled with wonder, and in time the promise came true. She gave birth to a daughter. The child was radiant and fair. The king's heart overflowed with joy. He called for a great celebration. The king ordered a grand feast, one greater than any before. Invitations were sent across the land, to nobles, to loyal subjects, and most of all, to the wise women. These women held ancient gifts, blessings of fate and fortune. There were 13 in all. But the king had prepared only 12 golden plates. One was forgotten. left without a place. The feast began. Music filled the hall, soft and bright, like ringing bells. Tables overflowed with food, fruits, meats, and rich wine from every corner of the kingdom. When the feast came to an end, the wise women stepped forward. One by one, they spoke. One gave beauty, another gave grace, a third gave kindness, a fourth gave wisdom. Each blessing wrapped around the child like unseen threads of gold. 11 had spoken. Then suddenly, the doors flew open. A dark figure entered the hall. It was the 13th wise woman. Her face burned with anger. "You did not invite me," she said. Her voice cut through the silence. "Hear this," she cried. "In her 15th year, the princess shall prick her finger on a spindle, and she shall die." A heavy silence fell over the hall. No one spoke. No one moved. Fear settled into every heart. Then, slowly, the 12th wise woman stepped forward. She had not yet spoken. And though she could not undo the curse, she raised her voice. "The princess shall not die," she said, "but she shall fall into a deep sleep. A sleep that will last 100 years. The king listened in sorrow. At once, he gave a command. Every spindle in the kingdom must be found, and every one must be burned. But fate is not so easily changed. Years passed, and the princess grew. She became more beautiful each day, kind in her words, gentle in her heart, bright in her mind. On the day she turned 15, the castle grew quiet. Her parents left for a journey. She was left alone. Curiosity led her through the halls. Room after room, she wandered, until she found a narrow stair. It spiraled upward, toward a hidden tower. At the top, a small door stood closed. She opened it. Inside, an old woman sat spinning thread on a spindle. "What are you doing?" the princess asked. "I am spinning," the woman replied. The princess reached out to touch it. In that moment, she pricked her finger. Her eyes closed at once. She fell into a deep, quiet sleep. The moment the princess fell asleep, a strange silence began to spread. One by one, the spell took hold. The king and queen closed their eyes. They too sank into deep sleep. In the halls, the courtiers froze in place. Servants stood still. Even the animals were caught in the spell. The horses did not move. The hounds lay silent. The fire in the hearth burned no more. Everything became still. No sound, no movement, not even a breath of wind. time seemed to stop. Outside the castle walls, something began to grow. Thorns rose from the ground. Slow at first, then faster. They climbed higher and higher, thicker with each passing year. Soon, they surrounded the castle completely. A wall of thorns, dense and unmoving. No one could see through it. No one could enter. Across the land, stories began to spread. A sleeping princess, hidden behind a wall of thorns, waiting for someone brave enough to reach her. Many tried. Princes came from distant lands. They pushed into the thorns, hoping to pass. But the thorns twisted and closed around them. None returned. Many lives were lost. And so the years passed. 100 years slipped quietly by. After many long years, a new prince heard the story. He was young and full of courage. An old man told him of the sleeping princess and of the castle hidden behind the thorns. He also spoke of those who had tried before. Many had gone. None had returned. The warning was clear. But the prince did not turn away. He felt no fear. "I will see this with my own eyes," he said. "I will go, no matter what stands in my way." Something in the air seemed to shift, as if the moment had finally arrived, as if the time had come at last. The prince set out toward the castle. When he reached the great wall of thorns, he did not stop. But as he drew closer, something strange happened. The thorns began to change. They softened. They opened. And where there had been danger, now there was a path. The thorns turned into flowers. Their sharp edges faded away. The way forward stood clear, and the prince stepped through. Inside the castle, everything was still. The courtyard lay silent. No animals moved. No sound could be heard. The prince walked forward carefully. He entered the great hall. There, the king and queen sat in their thrones, deep in sleep. Servants stood frozen in place. Everywhere he looked, time seemed to have stopped. He could hear only one sound: his own breath. Step by step, he moved deeper into the castle. At last, he reached the tower. The door stood before him. He opened it slowly. Inside, a young princess lay resting, peaceful, still. Her face soft, like morning light. She was more beautiful than any tale could describe. The prince stood in silence. He looked at her, and something changed within him. His heart filled with a quiet feeling, warm, gentle, certain. He leaned closer, and softly he kissed her. At once, the spell was broken. The princess opened her eyes, softly, gently, as if waking from a deep dream. She looked at the prince, and there was no fear in her gaze, only calm, only warmth. The prince stepped back quietly, but she took his hand, and together they walked from the tower. As they moved through the castle, something began to change. The king stirred. His eyes opened. The queen woke beside him. In the halls, the servants moved again. They blinked, confused. Then they came to life. The animals rose. The hounds barked once more. The birds flew into the sky. The fire in the hearth burned again. Light and warmth returned. The stillness was gone. Life had returned to the castle. Soon, a great celebration was held. The prince and the princess were united in marriage. The kingdom rejoiced. Music filled the air. Laughter echoed through the halls, and joy spread across the land. And they lived their lives together, in peace, in happiness. It was the heart of winter. Snow drifted down from the sky, soft and silent, like feathers. By a tall window, a queen sat working. Her frame was made of dark wood, almost black. Now and then, she lifted her eyes and watched the snow. Suddenly, her needle slipped. It pricked her finger. 3 drops of blood fell, bright red, against the pure white snow. She paused and whispered to herself, "Oh, if only I had a child, skin as white as snow, lips as red as blood, hair as dark as this wood." Not long after, her wish came true. A little girl was born. Her skin was pale as snow, her lips deep red, her hair black as night. She was named Snow White. But joy did not last. Soon after the child's birth, the queen died. Time passed. The king took another wife. She was beautiful, very beautiful. But she was proud, and she could not bear the thought of anyone being fairer than her. She owned a magic mirror. Each day, she stood before it and asked, "Mirror upon the wall, who is the fairest of all?" And the mirror always replied, "You are the fairest." And that was enough to keep her at peace. Time passed quietly, and Snow White began to grow. With each passing year, she became more lovely. Her skin remained as pale as snow, her lips bright as fresh blood, her hair dark as night itself. By the time she was 7 years old, her beauty shone like daylight. People could not help but notice her. One day, the queen stood before her mirror, as she always did. She smiled, certain of the answer. "Mirror upon the wall, "Who is the fairest of all?" The mirror replied, "You are fair. That is true. But Snow White is fairer than you." For a moment, the room fell silent. The queen's smile faded. Her face grew pale, then tight with anger. "No," she whispered. But the mirror never lied. Something dark began to grow inside her. At first, it was only a sting of jealousy. Then it deepened. Day by day, it spread like a shadow creeping through her heart. She could not rest. She could not sleep. Every thought returned to one thing: Snow White. The girl had become more than a rival. She had become a threat, and the queen could not bear it. At last, she made her decision. She sent for a huntsman. When he arrived, she spoke coldly. "Take the child into the forest. I do not wish to see her again." The huntsman led Snow White into the forest. At first, she walked quietly beside him. The trees grew taller. The path became darker. Soon, there was no sign of the castle, only silence. After a while, the huntsman stopped. He turned to her. Slowly, he reached for his blade. Snow White looked up at him. She did not understand at first. Then she saw the blade. Her face turned pale. Tears filled her eyes. She stepped back. "Please," she whispered, "do not kill me." Her voice shook. "I will go away. I will never come back. I will run into the forest, and you will never see me again." She began to cry. The huntsman stood still. He looked at her, long and hard. She was so young, so helpless. His hand trembled. Then he lowered his weapon. "Run," he said quietly. "Go, and do not return." Snow White did not wait. She turned and ran, deep into the forest, farther and farther away. The huntsman let out a heavy breath, as if a great weight had lifted from his chest. Just then, a wild boar rushed past. He caught it and killed it. He took its heart and carried it back to the queen. When the queen saw it, she smiled. She believed Snow White was dead. At last, she thought, she was the fairest again. But far away in the forest, Snow White was alone. She ran through thorns, over sharp stones, through shadows that seemed to move. Every sound frightened her. The wind in the trees, the crack of a branch, even the rustle of leaves. Still, she kept running. She did not know where she was going, only that she must not stop. Snow White ran through the forest until her legs ached. The trees seemed endless. Shadows danced in the moonlight. Every little sound made her jump. But the animals, they did not harm her. Deer stepped aside. Birds watched quietly from above. Even the wolves kept their distance. At last, she came to a small house. It looked tiny, almost like it had been made for children. The door was low, the windows small. She peered inside. Everything was so neat, so clean, so inviting. On the table, she saw 7 little plates, 7 tiny knives and forks, 7 cups for drinking. Each plate held a small portion of porridge. She was hungry and very thirsty. She tasted a little from each plate, a tiny sip from each cup, a small bite from each loaf. She did not want to finish one portion alone. After eating, she felt tired. Her eyes wandered to the beds. There were 7 of them, lined up side by side. Some were too long, some too short. One was just right. She lay down carefully. She closed her eyes, and at last she slept peacefully. The night grew darker. Outside, the forest whispered and shifted. Inside, the little house was still. Soon, the masters of the house returned. They were 7 dwarfs. They worked in the mountains, digging for gold. When they lit their candles, they noticed things were out of place. Someone had been in their home. One dwarf looked around. "Who has been sitting in my chair?" he asked. Another noticed the plate. "Who has eaten from my plate?" The questions continued until the 7th dwarf looked at his bed and saw Snow White sleeping there. She was so beautiful. They did not wake her. Instead, they held up their candles and admired her quietly, full of wonder. The dwarfs crowded around, their eyes wide with surprise. "Who has been sitting in my chair?" the first one asked. "Who has eaten from my plate?" said the second. "Who has taken my bread?" the third questioned. One by one, they checked their beds and plates, repeating the same questions over and over. Then the 7th dwarf looked at his bed. There lay Snow White, sleeping peacefully. Her skin was as pale as snow, her hair as black as ebony, her lips bright red. They gasped in amazement. "She is the most beautiful child I have ever seen," whispered one dwarf. "We must help her," said another. They did not wake her. Instead, they watched quietly, holding their candles high. Their hearts were full of kindness. Morning came, and Snow White awoke. At first, she was frightened to see 7 little men staring at her, but their gentle faces soon eased her fear. They asked her name. She told them. Then they asked how she came to be there. She told them everything. About her stepmother, about the huntsman, about running through the forest until she found their house. The dwarfs listened carefully. When she finished, they spoke as one. If you will stay with us and care for our home, we will give you shelter, cook our meals, clean our house, make the beds, sew and knit, keep everything tidy. Snow White agreed wholeheartedly. She would stay. She would care for their home, and she would be safe. Before they left for work in the mountains, the dwarfs warned her carefully. Do not open the door to anyone. Do not trust strangers. Keep yourself safe, and the house will remain yours. Snow White nodded, understanding their words. She had found a new life, hidden in the safety of the forest. For the first time in many days, she felt peace. The queen stood before her mirror. She brushed her hair and asked, "Mirror upon the wall, who is the fairest of all?" The mirror's answer froze her. "Queen, you are fair, but Snow White, living with the 7 little men, is far more fair." Her hands shook. Her face turned pale. Snow White was alive. The huntsman had deceived her. Anger and jealousy filled her heart. She made a plan. The queen disguised herself as an old peddler. Her clothes were ragged, her face hidden in wrinkles. She carried a basket of fine laces and ribbons. Across the 7 mountains, she came to the dwarf's house. She knocked on the door. "Fine wares for sale, beautiful wares," she called. Snow White peeked from the window. "Good day, good woman. What do you have to sell?" "Laces of every color," the queen said. "Come, let me help you tie it properly." Snow White hesitated. The old woman seemed kind. Slowly, she opened the door. The lace was soft, but as it was tightened, Snow White gasped. She tried to breathe. Her legs gave way. She fell to the floor, lifeless. The queen straightened her back. "Now, you are no longer the fairest," she said. She left, satisfied. When the dwarfs returned, they were horrified. Snow White lay on the floor. They rushed to her, loosened the lace carefully. Slowly, she drew a breath. Her eyes opened. The dwarfs warned her again, gently but firmly. "Never open the door to anyone while we are away. Promise us this." Snow White nodded. She had survived, but she knew danger had not gone away. Anger burned in the queen. The mirror had spoken again. Snow White was still the fairest. She paced her chamber, plotting. Her hands trembled with rage. She would not fail this time. In secret, she prepared a poisoned comb. It was sharp, beautiful, and deadly. One stroke, and it would strike her victim unconscious. She disguised herself again, this time as a different old woman. Wrinkled face, crooked back, basket in hand. She crossed the 7 mountains. The dwarf's little house lay ahead. Snow White saw her from the window. Her heart sank. "Stay away," she whispered. But the old woman smiled. Her voice was soft, her manner kind. Snow White hesitated. Curiosity tugged at her. Slowly, she opened the door. The comb was placed in her hair. At first, nothing happened. Then the poison worked. She gasped. Her legs buckled. Her head fell to the floor. She lay still. The queen smirked. "This time, she will not rise," she said. She left quietly, satisfied. When the dwarfs returned from the mountains, alarm spread immediately. They found Snow White lying motionless. They worked quickly. The comb was removed from her hair. Her chest rose. Color returned to her cheeks. Her eyes fluttered open. The dwarfs held her close. They spoke with gentle, firm voices. "Never let anyone in while we are away. Promise us, child." Snow White nodded, trembling. She understood now. The forest held danger even in kindness. She would be cautious from now on. The queen's fury had reached its peak. She could not bear it any longer. The mirror had spoken the truth again. Snow White lived, and still outshone her. Alone in a hidden chamber, she worked feverishly. Her fingers moved quickly, weaving dark magic. She created an apple, red and white, glossy and perfect, beautiful to look at, deadly to touch. She smiled with cruel satisfaction. This apple would end Snow White once and for all. She changed her disguise once more. Now, a peasant woman with a gentle voice and soft, tattered clothes. No one would suspect her. Across the 7 mountains she went. The forest seemed quiet, as if holding its breath. The dwarf's little house came into view. She knocked lightly. "Good wares for sale. Apples, fine and fresh," she called. Snow White peeked from the window. Her small hand clutched the sill. "I must not let anyone in," she whispered. The dwarfs had warned her. Her heart raced. The queen's voice was soft and inviting. "Take a look, child. These apples are the finest in the land." Snow White hesitated. Her eyes flicked to the basket. The colors were bright. The red so tempting, the white so pure. "Just one bite?" the queen asked gently, leaning closer. Snow White shook her head. "No, I cannot." The queen's lips curved into a smile. She did not push. She knew suspense could be a stronger weapon than force. She let Snow White wonder. Let her watch. Let her curiosity grow. Trust would be the key. And soon, Snow White would let her guard down. The queen held the apple carefully. Its red skin glowed in the dim light. She cut it in half. One side was red, the other white. A wicked plan formed in her mind. She would show Snow White the white side first. It looked safe. It looked innocent. She arrived at the dwarf's house once more. Snow White peeked from the window. Her small hands gripped the sill. "I must not take anything," she said. The queen's voice was gentle. "Look, child, just a bite of this side, safe and sweet." Snow White's eyes lingered. The apple was tempting. Curiosity overcame caution. Slowly, she reached for it. She bit into the red side. Instantly, her body went limp. She fell to the floor, motionless. Her eyes closed. Her breath stopped. The queen straightened and smiled. She had won. At last, the mirror would not lie. She looked into it, her chest rising with triumph. Mirror upon the wall, who is fairest now? The mirror answered clearly, without hesitation. You are the fairest of all. The queen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Her envy had finally been satisfied. For once, she had peace. In the dwarf's house, Snow White lay silent. No one could wake her. No charm, no trick, no care could bring her back. The forest was still. The light of day passed through the windows, gentle on her pale face, her hair black as ebony, her lips red as blood, her skin white as snow. The world seemed to hold its breath. A beautiful child, lost to cruelty. The dwarfs returned too late. Their cries echoed through the empty house. Snow White was gone. And this time, there would be no revival. The dwarfs came home that evening. The house was silent. Snow White lay motionless on the floor. Their hearts sank. Tears came quickly. They tried everything to wake her. They loosened her dress. They washed her with water and wine. They checked for poison, but nothing worked. The grief was heavy. Days passed in sorrow. They could not bury her. Her face was too fair. Her cheeks seemed as if she were sleeping. It felt wrong to hide her away in the dark ground. So they decided on another plan. They made a coffin of clear glass. It shone in the sunlight. They placed her gently inside, every hair in place, her hands folded, her beauty preserved. They wrote her name in golden letters, and the words told all. She was a king's daughter. The coffin was carried to the top of the mountain. One dwarf always remained by it, keeping watch. Below, the forest stretched in stillness. Above, the sky was quiet and pale. Birds came too. First an owl, then a raven, and finally a dove. They circled, mourning the child who could not speak. Seasons passed slowly. Snow drifted in winter. The sun warmed the forest in spring. But Snow White did not change. She remained as pale as snow, her hair black as ebony, her lips red as blood. Time seemed frozen on the mountain. A beautiful life paused. The world went on around her, but in that glass coffin, she lay still, silent, and untouchable. A young prince rode through the forest. He had heard tales of a princess in a glass coffin. When he reached the mountain, he saw her. Her beauty was breathtaking. Snow-white skin, black hair, red lips. He felt his heart stop. He had never seen anyone like her. "I must have her," he whispered. "I cannot live without seeing her again." He asked the dwarfs to give him the coffin. They hesitated at first, but his sincerity moved them. They agreed. Servants lifted the coffin on their shoulders. The prince led the way down the mountain. The path was rough, twisted with roots and stones. Suddenly, they stumbled over a bush. Snow White shifted in the coffin. The piece of poisoned apple dislodged from her throat. She coughed. Her eyes fluttered open. She gasped. And then she sat up, alive and well. The prince smiled with joy. "Come with me," he said gently. "You shall be my bride. We will be together forever." Snow White agreed. They traveled to his father's castle. A wedding was held with great pomp and splendor. All the people rejoiced. The queen, of course, was invited. She dressed herself in finery and approached her mirror. "Mirror upon the wall, who is fairest of all?" she asked. The mirror spoke the truth, without hesitation. "Snow White is the fairest. You are not." Her heart filled with fear and rage. At the feast, her punishment came. Red-hot iron shoes awaited her. She danced in them until she fell, lifeless. The kingdom learned the lesson. Envy, cruelty, and pride bring ruin. Snow White and the prince lived in peace. Love and kindness prevailed. The dwarfs were honored. The forest seemed gentle again, and the story of Snow White was told for generations. At the edge of a vast and quiet forest, there stood a small and humble cottage. In it lived lived a poor widow with her 2 daughters. Before their home lay a simple garden, and in the center of that garden grew 2 rose trees. One bloomed with flowers as white as snow. The other blossomed in deep, glowing red. The daughters were much like those roses. The elder was called Snow White. She was gentle and calm. She loved to stay close to her mother, helping with small tasks and sitting quietly by the fire. The younger was named Rose Red. She was bright and cheerful. She loved to wander through the fields and along the forest paths, laughing and playing in the open air. Though they were different in nature, they loved each other deeply. They were never apart for long. Whenever they walked together, they held hands tightly. "We will never leave each other," Snow White would say softly. "Never," Rose Red would answer with a smile. Their mother would watch them and say, "What belongs to one of you must always belong to the other." The forest itself seemed to welcome them. No creature ever harmed them. Animals came close without fear, as if they knew the kindness in the sisters' hearts. Sometimes, when evening came too quickly, the girls would rest beneath the open sky. Once, they fell asleep beside a quiet hillside. When morning came, they awoke to see a shining child nearby, dressed in soft, white light. He looked at them gently, and then disappeared into the trees. Only then did they notice how close they had slept to the edge of a steep drop. One step more in the night, and they might have fallen. When they told their mother, she smiled softly. "It was an angel," she said, "watching over you." Life in the cottage moved softly from one season to the next. In summer, Rose Red filled the house with sweat and joy. She brought flowers from the fields and made small wreaths. She placed them near her mother's bed, always choosing one white rose and one red. In winter, Snow White cared for the home. She kept the fire bright and steady. The kettle shone in the warm light, and the room felt safe against the cold. Evenings were quiet and comforting. Their mother read from an old book. The girls sat beside her, spinning with gentle hands. A small lamb rested at their feet. A dove perched nearby, calm and still. One night, snow was falling outside. The wind moved softly around the cottage. Then came a loud knock at the door. "Go, Rose Red," said the mother. "Someone may need shelter." Rose Red opened the door and stepped back in fear. A great dark bear stood there. She cried out. The lamb stirred. The dove fluttered. Snow White drew closer to her mother. Then the bear spoke, his voice low and tired. "Do not fear. I only seek warmth. Let me rest by your fire." The mother nodded gently. "Come in, but be careful near the flames." Slowly, the girls came closer. Their fear began to fade. They brushed the snow from his thick fur. The bear lay down by the fire with a soft, heavy breath. The room grew quiet again, and little by little, it felt safe. After that night, the fear did not return. The girls soon grew used to their strange visitor. Each evening, the bear came quietly to the door, and each evening they welcomed him in. At first, they stayed close and careful, but slowly their laughter returned. They tugged at his thick fur. They leaned against his warm back. Sometimes they teased him and tapped him lightly, just to see him move. The bear would grumble in a playful voice, "Take care, little ones, or you may trouble me too much." The girls would laugh, and he would lie still again. At night, he slept beside the fire. In the morning, he rose and went back into the forest. Day after day, this became their quiet routine, and with time, they grew fond of him. Then the air began to change. The snow melted. The ground softened. Spring had come. One morning, the bear did not settle by the fire. He stood still and looked at Snow White. "I must go now," he said. "I will not return until winter." "Where will you go?" she asked softly. "I must guard my treasure," he replied. "There are wicked dwarfs who would steal it." The girls grew quiet. As he turned to leave, the door caught slightly on his fur. For a moment, something beneath it shone. It looked like gold. But before they could be sure, he was gone. And the forest felt different without him. One day, the sisters went into the forest. They were gathering firewood. Suddenly, they saw a tiny man. His long white beard was stuck in a fallen tree. He twisted and jumped. "Why do you stand there?" he shouted. "Will you not help me?" The girls tried to pull him free, but the beard was caught too tightly. Snow White took her scissors. She snipped the end. The dwarf was free. He grabbed a small sack of gold from the roots. Then he shouted at the girls, "You foolish children! How dare you touch my beard?" Without another word, he vanished. A few days later, they saw him again. This time, his beard was tangled in a fishing line by the brook. Once more, they helped him. And once more, he cursed them and carried off another bag of treasure. The third time came on the heath. An eagle had grabbed him by the beard. The sisters rushed to save him. Again, he raged. Again, he took a bag of gold. Each time, their kindness met anger. Each time, their help went unthanked. Still, they never hesitated. By evening, the sisters were tired. They knew the next encounter would be different. Something was coming. The forest was quiet, as if it were holding its breath. One evening, the sisters walked across the heath. The sun was low, and the sky glowed orange. Suddenly, they saw the dwarf again. He was spreading his treasure across the ground. Jewels and gold sparkled like stars. The dwarf saw the girls. He shrieked in anger. "How dare you come here again?" Before he could curse them further, a low growl echoed from the forest. The sisters froze. Out of the trees bounded the black bear. He moved swiftly, his eyes dark and steady. The dwarf's face turned pale. He stumbled back, waving his hands. "Spare me, noble bear," he cried. "Take my treasure. Take it all. But do not touch me. Better yet, take these two maidens instead." The girls held each other tight. Their hearts pounded. They could barely breathe. The bear stopped a few steps from the dwarf. He did not speak. He did not move toward the girls. But the tension hung heavy in the air. The heath was silent. Only the wind moved through the tall grass. Something was about to happen, and the sisters knew nothing would ever be the same. The dwarf begged and shouted. He waved his arms. He offered everything he had, even the girls themselves. But the bear did not move. He did not speak. He ignored the dwarf's pleas. With a single powerful blow, the bear struck. The dwarf fell. There was silence. The sisters stood frozen. They held each other tightly. Their hearts pounded. They did not know what would happen next. Then the bear turned to them. His voice was calm and gentle. "Snow White, Rose Red," he said, "do not be afraid. It is I, your friend." Slowly, the black fur began to slip away. It fell in pieces to the ground. The sisters stepped back in astonishment. In place of the bear stood a prince, tall and handsome, clothed all in gold. His eyes shone kindly upon them. "I was cursed by that wicked dwarf," the prince explained. "He stole my treasure and trapped me in this form. Only his death could break the spell." The sisters listened in awe. Relief washed over them. The forest felt lighter. The sun seemed brighter. The magic of the moment filled the air. They understood now. Their friend had always been true, and the danger was gone. Soon, the prince asked Snow White to be his bride. She agreed with a joyful heart. At the same time, Rose Red met the prince's brother. He was kind and gentle. She too found love and happiness. The treasure, once stolen by the dwarf, was returned. It was shared among them, no one was left wanting. Their mother joined them in the palace. She lived in comfort and peace. Every day, the sisters laughed and worked together. They remembered the cottage, the forest, and the quiet times spent spinning and gathering flowers. Even in their new home, the garden was never forgotten. And in front of their window, 2 rose trees grew, one white, one red. Each year, they blossomed side by side. The flowers were fair, gentle, and full of life. They reminded the sisters of their bond, of their love, their kindness, and the adventures they had shared. And so, their days passed in calm happiness. No fear, no danger, only peace and warmth. The sisters had each other. The forest watched over them still, gentle and quiet. And if you looked out the window in spring, you could see the white and red roses blooming together, side by side. In a quiet village, between wide fields and a dark forest, a poor woodcutter lived with his wife and 3 sons. Their home was small. Their life was simple. The eldest son was strong. He walked with pride. He believed he could do anything. The second was clever, quick with words, but often sharp and unkind. The youngest was different. He was smaller, a little clumsy, often lost in his own thoughts. People called him a fool. His brothers laughed at him. His parents sighed in disappointment. The neighbors shook their heads. Whenever he tried to help, something went wrong. A tool slipped from his hand. A task was left unfinished. And when he spoke, no one really listened. Day after day, he was pushed aside, ignored, forgotten. Yet even then, he stayed gentle. And somewhere deep inside, he still hoped things might change. One morning, the eldest son stood tall and said, "Father, today I will go into the forest. I will prove my strength." His mother smiled with pride. She packed him a fine meal, a warm, golden cake, and a flask of rich drink. With confident steps, he set off. Deep in the forest, among tall trees and quiet shadows, he met a little old man. His back was bent, his clothes were worn, but his eyes were calm. "Good day," the old man said softly. "I am hungry and thirsty. Will you share a little of your food with me?" The eldest frowned. "Share with you?" he said. "Then what will I have left for myself? No, go away." He turned his back and walked on. A moment later, he raised his axe. He struck the tree, but the blade slipped. With a sharp cry, he dropped it. His arm was cut badly. He could not work. He could barely stand. Ashamed, he made his way home. Not long after, the second son spoke. "I will go instead. I will do better." His mother packed him the same fine meal, and off he went. In the forest, he met the same old man. Again, the gentle request. Again, a cold answer. "Why should I give you anything?" he said. "What I give, I lose." He walked away, pleased with himself, but when he swung his axe, it slipped. He cried out in pain. His leg was badly hurt. He could not walk. The villagers carried him home, and so it became clear: pride and selfishness bring only trouble. At last, the youngest son stepped forward. "Father, please," he said softly, "let me go to the forest, just this once." The father shook his head. "Your brothers are strong. They went and were hurt. You will fare no better. Stay home." But the boy's voice was gentle and persistent. At last, the father sighed. "Very well. Go and learn by experience." The mother did not prepare a fine meal for him, only a small, hard piece of bread, a rough drink to wash it down. "Here," she said. "This is fitting for you." The simpleton took it without complaint. He nodded, thanked her, and walked toward the forest. The trees rose tall above him. Shadows moved quietly between the trunks. He wandered deeper, careful with every step. Then he saw the little gray man again, bent, weary, yet kind-eyed. "Good day, young one," the man said. "I am hungry. I am thirsty. Will you share a bit with me?" The simpleton smiled. "I have only this hard bread and sour drink. But if it pleases you, we can sit and share it." He broke the bread. He offered the drink. And suddenly, the bread became golden and soft, rich, fragrant. The drink turned warm and sweet. The old man's eyes twinkled. "You have shown me kindness where others did not. Follow this path to the old tree. There, among its roots, a treasure awaits you." And just like that, he was alone once more. But the forest felt brighter. The air smelled sweeter. And the simpleton knew something wonderful was about to happen. The simpleton swung his axe carefully. The tree groaned and fell with a heavy crash. Among the roots, something gleamed. A goose. Its feathers shone like pure gold. He lifted it gently, astonished. It was more beautiful than anything he had ever seen. he decided to spend the night at a nearby inn. The Golden Goose tucked under his arm, he stepped inside. The innkeeper's 3 daughters noticed it immediately. Their eyes widened, their hearts leapt with greed. Each wanted a golden feather for herself. The eldest tiptoed forward. She reached out, and her hand stuck fast. The second, eager not to be outdone, grabbed her sister, and she too was held. The youngest laughed at their cries. "Why should I not have one as well?" she said. She grasped her sister's skirt, and just like the others, she could not move. The next morning, the simpleton walked out with the goose. The 3 girls were stuck behind him, flailing and shouting. A parson passing by stopped and stared. He tried to help the girls, and suddenly he was stuck too. Soon, a sexton came along. Then 2 peasants running to see the commotion. One by one, they joined the strange procession. By midday, 7 people trailed behind the simpleton, all clinging together, all helpless. And through the fields and lanes, the Golden Goose led the way. Behind it, a chain of 7 followed, much to the laughter of everyone who saw. At last, the simpleton and his unusual company reached a great town. A king ruled there, wise but stern. His daughter was famous for her beauty. But there was one thing about her. She never laughed, not even a smile. The king had declared a challenge. Whoever could make the princess laugh would win her hand in marriage. Many princes had tried. Noblemen, jesters, and even clever scholars. All had failed. Then came the simpleton. He entered the palace courtyard with the Golden Goose under his arm. Behind him trailed a most ridiculous sight. 7 people stuck together, flailing and shouting, trying desperately to free themselves. The princess looked on. Her eyes widened. She blinked once, and then again. At first, she was surprised. Then she laughed. A little at first, then louder and louder. Her laughter rang through the hall like silver bells. She laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. She could not stop. And in that moment, the simpleton's task was complete. The princess had laughed. The king watched in astonishment. The impossible had happened. The foolish, gentle boy had succeeded where all others had failed. Laughter had won the day, and with it, the simpleton's heart leapt. He had passed the first test. The king frowned. He did not want to give his daughter to a poor, simple boy. "First, you must prove yourself," he said. "3 tasks. Only then will I allow it." The first task was daunting. Bring me a man who can drink an entire cellar of wine." The simpleton nodded and returned to the forest. There, he found a man, weary and thirsty. He had not drunk in days. "Will you help me?" asked the boy. The man agreed. Together, they went to the king's cellar. One by one, the vats were emptied. The man drank and drank until the cellar was dry. The king was still not satisfied. "Next, find a man who can eat a mountain of bread." Once again, the simpleton went into the forest. He discovered a starving man, tied and weak. "Can you eat?" asked the boy. The man nodded. Back at the king's courtyard, a huge pile of bread waited. The man devoured every last loaf in a single day. The king hesitated. "One final task," he said. "Bring a ship that can sail on land and water alike." The simpleton returned to the forest. The gray old man appeared again. "I will help you, as you helped others," he said. A marvelous ship, crafted of magic, appeared before them. The simpleton sailed it back to the palace gates. The king could resist no longer. All 3 tasks were complete. The impossible had been done. The simpleton had succeeded. At last, the king nodded. He could refuse no longer. The simpleton had completed every task. The challenge was met. A grand celebration was held. The princess and the simpleton were married. The town rejoiced. Music filled the streets. Laughter and cheer echoed everywhere. Seasons passed. Years went by. And eventually, the old king grew weak and passed away. The simpleton became king in his place. He ruled wisely. He ruled kindly. He listened to his people. He cared for the poor, the honest, and the brave. Those who once mocked him looked on in awe. The boy they had laughed at was now a man of honor, respected and loved by all. The princess stood by his side, smiling. Together, they led with fairness, patience, and gentle hearts. And in the quiet of the palace and the bustling town, everyone remembered the tale of the young, awkward boy, the one who was underestimated, the one who was mocked, the one who showed kindness when no one else would. Through patience and a generous heart, he had found happiness, love, and respect. The simpleton's story spread far and wide, reminding all who heard it that true reward comes not from strength or cleverness, but from kindness and patience. And so, the Golden Goose had not only brought laughter, it had brought a lifetime of joy. Peace settled over the kingdom, and everyone lived well ever after. A quiet valley lay tucked between soft green hills. Tall grass swayed gently in the breeze. A narrow brook slipped through the land, whispering over smooth stones. The air felt calm, peaceful, almost sleepy. In a small cottage near the edge of the meadow lived a mother goat. She was kind and gentle. Her whole world was her 7 little children. She watched over them with care. She listened to their laughter. She kept them close, as if they were her greatest treasure. Each of the 7 was different. One was lively and always moving. One was quiet and easily frightened. Another was cheerful, always ready to play. One was bold and curious about everything. The others were just as special in their own small ways. But to their mother, they were all the same, precious, loved beyond measure. They stayed close together, rarely apart. Their little home was filled with warmth and soft joy. Yet beyond the meadow, past the line of dark trees, something else moved. Something patient, something watching. And it was not far away. Morning light slipped softly into the valley. Golden rays touched the hills and warmed the little cottage. The mother goat called her children close. One by one, they gathered around her. "My dear little ones," she said gently, "I must go into the forest today. I need to bring back food for us." The children listened quietly. "But while I am gone," she continued, "you must be careful." Her voice grew serious. "A wolf is nearby. He is clever, and he is cruel." The little ones moved closer together. "He may try to trick you," she said, "but you will always know him by 2 signs. His voice is rough and harsh, and his paws are black." The children nodded. "We will be careful," they said together. "We will not open the door." The mother smiled softly. She kissed each of them, then stepped outside. Soon, she was gone. For a moment, all was quiet. Then, a heavy knock sounded at the door. "Open up, my dear children," a voice called. It was deep, rough, uneven. "We are not opening," the children replied at once. "Our mother's voice is soft. Yours is not." There was a pause, then silence. The first trick had failed. The wolf sat in the shadow. His plan had failed. The children were too clever. But he was patient and very, very cunning. He ran to the village. He found a piece of chalk. He chewed it carefully, over and over, until his rough voice softened. Then he came back to the cottage. He knocked gently. "Open the door, my dear children," he called. "Your mother has returned. She brings something for each of you." The voice sounded soft, almost like their mother's. The children paused. "Show us your paws first," they said. The wolf lifted his paws to the window. They were still black. "No," cried the children. "You are not our mother. You are the wolf." The wolf's eyes flashed with anger. He ran to the baker. "Cover my paws with dough," he demanded. The baker hesitated. The wolf bared his teeth. "Do it, or I will eat you." The baker obeyed, but it was still not enough. The wolf went to the miller. "Make my paws white with flour," he growled. The miller tried to refuse, but the wolf hissed, "Do it, or I'll swallow you whole." The miller trembled. He obeyed. The wolf's plan was ready. His voice was soft. His paws looked white. He returned to the cottage. The children watched carefully. Would they be fooled this time? The door swung open with a crash. The wolf stormed inside. He moved fast, his claws scraping the floor. The children screamed and ran. One jumped under the table. Another leapt onto the bed. A third darted into the oven. One scrambled into the kitchen. Another dove into the cupboard. The sixth crept beneath the sink. The youngest squeezed into the tall clock case. But the wolf was swift. He grabbed the first child, then the next, and the next. One by one, he swallowed them whole. Only the youngest remained, safe, hidden, silent. The wolf patted his belly. He waddled outside. The meadow stretched wide and quiet. He lay down beneath a broad tree. Soon, his deep snoring shook the branches. Silence returned to the cottage. Dust settled. The toys lay scattered. The chairs were overturned. The little home felt empty. The youngest peeked from the clock, heart pounding, eyes wide, alone. Outside, the wolf's stomach rumbled. He was full, heavy, satisfied. For now, the children were gone. The peace of the valley had shattered. The mother goat returned, just as the sun began to dip behind the hills. Her steps slowed as she neared the cottage. Something felt wrong. The door hung open on its hinges. Inside, the chairs were overturned. The dishes lay shattered on the floor. Her heart skipped a beat. She called softly, "My children, are you here?" Her voice trembled. No answer came. She moved from room to room, peeking under tables and behind cupboards. The house felt empty, cold, silent. Then a tiny voice came from the tall clock. "Here. I am, Mother." The youngest stepped out, trembling, his eyes wide, lips quivering. He told her everything, how the wolf had tricked them, how he had carried away the others, one by one, how greed and deception had filled his belly. Tears sprang to her eyes. Her heart ached with grief. She gathered her youngest close, rocking him gently. Her sobs shook her small frame. For a moment, the world seemed to crumble around her. She looked toward the meadow. Her thoughts raced. Could her other children still be alive? Or had the wolf claimed them forever? A deep, sorrowful fear settled in her chest, but also a spark of determination. She would not give up. The meadow lay quiet under the afternoon sun. The mother goat moved carefully across the grass, her eyes fixed on a large shape beneath the tree. There, the wolf lay asleep, his belly rising and falling in heavy breaths. Something caught her attention, a faint movement inside him. Her heart leapt. Could it be? Could her children still be alive? Without a moment's hesitation, she ran home. She gathered scissors, a needle, and thread. Her hands shook, but her mind was steady. This had to work. There was no other choice. Back at the wolf, she knelt beside him. With careful, precise cuts, she opened his enormous belly. One by one, the children appeared, gasping, blinking, but safe. The first little goat stumbled into her arms, then the next, and the next. All 7 were there, alive. Tears sprang to her eyes as she embraced them. The meadow filled with their laughter. Joy rang out louder than the brook, higher than the hills. The youngest clung to her, shaking with relief. Each child kissed her face, and she held them close, her heart swelling with love and gratitude. The wolf slept on, unaware of the miracle that had taken place. For the first time since morning, peace returned to the little family. Hope had won. The mother goat gathered heavy stones from the meadow. She handed them to her children, one by one. Together, they filled the wolf's enormous belly with the weighty rocks. Carefully, she stitched him up, making sure he would not move again. When the wolf stirred, he felt something strange. A thud, a heaviness pressing against his stomach. Confused, he rose and stumbled toward the brook to drink. Each step was awkward. The weight dragged him down. He leaned over the water. His claws slipped on the edge. With a splash and a crash, he tumbled in. The stones made it impossible for him to rise. The wolf struggled, gurgled, then sank beneath the rippling water. All was quiet. The children ran to their mother, laughing and shouting. The wolf is gone! The wolf is gone!" They danced hand in hand, their faces bright with joy. The meadow seemed to glow with their happiness. The mother smiled for the first time that day. Her heart, heavy with fear and grief, felt light once more. The valley was calm again, the little cottage safe. And at last, the family could rest. The sun dipped low, casting a gentle golden light across the hills, and peace settled over the home. All was well. The children safe. The mother at ease. In a tiny kingdom, even the smallest creatures dreamed big. 3 jumpers lived there. The flea, tiny but proud. The grasshopper, shiny and strong. And the skipjack, quiet, made of wax and spring. Each believed their jump was the greatest. One morning, they announced a contest. "Who can leap the highest?" they asked. Invitations floated across the kingdom. Whispers carried the news. Even the king heard. The prize was clear. The princess's hand for the jumper who soared the highest. The royal hall was ready. Sunlight poured through colored windows. Marble floors gleamed. Courtiers fanned themselves, eager to watch. The princess sat quietly. Her eyes twinkled with mischief. She had been a prize before. She wondered what this contest might bring. A hush settled over the crowd. Everyone waited. The air was thick with curiosity. The kingdom held its breath. The flea pranced forward first, tiny, almost invisible, but his confidence filled the room. He bowed and so went to the king, once to the princess, and once to the audience. "My blood is noble," he seemed to say. He glanced at the others with disdain. No one could match his elegance, he thought. Next came the grasshopper, shimmering green, tall and proud. He stretched his legs under the chandeliers. "I come from a long line of singers and dancers," he announced. His wings caught the light. "I have performed in grand houses, taller than most could imagine." Some crickets whispered, jealous of his stories. He ignored them, smiling at his own talent. The skipjack shuffled quietly into view. Small, simple, made of wax and spring. No words, no flourish. Yet the court watched him closely. "He may be humble," muttered the old yard dog, "but there is honesty in his bones." The royal counselor nodded. "Sometimes the quiet ones surprise us most," he said. A sense of anticipation spread through the hall. Everyone waited to see who would jump first. All eyes turned to the flea. His tiny legs twitched. Then, with a sudden spring, he vanished into the air. The crowd blinked. No one could see where he went. Murmurs rippled through the hall. "Did he jump at all?" some whispered. "Some trick," others said. The flea landed, barely visible, and frowned. "I soared higher than anyone can imagine," he muttered. Yet the applause never came. Frustration flickered across his tiny face. Next, the grasshopper flexed his wrong legs. He hummed a triumphant tune. Then he leapt. Not as high as the flea, but far enough to land near the king. The monarch flinched. His crown tilted. Gasps filled the room. The grasshopper bowed, embarrassed, yet secretly proud. A hush fell over the hall as all attention shifted to the skipjack. He waited. Still. Too long, perhaps, thought some. The princess leaned forward, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Then, snap. The skipjack jumped. Short. Precise. Perfect. He landed right in the princess's lap. Gasps filled the room. A silent awe spread. Skill had spoken louder than spectacle. The king stood slowly. He looked at the jumpers. Then he spoke. "The highest leap," he said, "is not the one that vanishes, nor the one that strikes the crown. The highest leap is the one that reaches the heart." All eyes turned to the skipjack. The princess laughed softly. Her hands clapped lightly. "You have won," the king declared. The flea hissed under his breath. "I leapt to the heavens, unseen and ignored." Bitterly, he packed his tiny knapsack. He left the kingdom. No one noticed his departure. Legends say he met his end far from home, alone and forgotten. The grasshopper retreated to a quiet ditch outside the palace. He sang a low, mournful tune. "A body is required," he repeated. Over and over until twilight settled. Some say this is how the story traveled through the years. The skipjack, now a prince, brought joy wherever he leapt. The princess delighted in his playful springs. Even the court whispered, "Printed stories hold power." Truth and perception were forever entwined. A tiny shadow moved along the road outside the palace. It was the flea, carrying his small knapsack. No eyes followed him. No cheers accompanied his steps. Far from home, he joined a foreign army. Drills and marches filled his days. Orders repeated endlessly. Excitement promised, but never delivered. He leapt and twitched, as he always had. Yet nobody noticed. Praise did not come. Recognition stayed away. Sometimes he paused to wonder. All that effort, all that skill, gone unseen, invisible to the world he served. The truth settled in slowly. Society measures worth by what can be seen. Height and spectacle count more than subtle skill. And so the flea carried on, unnoticed, uncelebrated. His talent remained, but the world never truly saw it. Beyond the palace walls, the grasshopper found a quiet ditch. Shadows stretched long across the grass. He lowered his head and began to sing. Soft, melancholy notes filled the air. Each note carried envy, longing, and a touch of wisdom. He sang of recognition that never came, of leaps admired, yet misunderstood. A body is required, he murmured between lines. Again and again. The words became a refrain, echoing through the empty field. Animals nearby paused to listen. Some whispered the tale to one another. Others carried it far, beyond the kingdom's borders. And so, his song became the story's seed. A lesson wrapped in melody. The melody traveled, spreading the truth of envy, effort, and what it truly takes to be seen. Though the grasshopper remained in solitude, his tune gave life to the tale. A story that would outlast him and remind the world a body is indeed required. The skipjack now moved with quiet pride. Courtiers watched him leap and spring across the hall. Each jump brought laughter to the princess. Her delight was plain and true. Lightness filled his body. Yet wisdom lived in every careful spring. He did not boast. He simply moved, perfectly, gently, with purpose. Whispers ran through the audience. See how even small leaps can bring joy, some said. Others nodded at the irony. A story written on paper held power. Printed tales shaped what people believed, even more than what they saw. The king smiled quietly. Perception mattered as much as action. And the skipjack's leap, small and precise, had reached far beyond the palace walls. True success, it seemed, was not the tallest jump. It was the impact left behind, the joy given, the hearts touched. In the end, what mattered most was being seen in the right way. In a quiet sitting room, there stood an old wooden cabinet. It was dark with age, almost black. Its doors were covered in carvings, roses, tulips, twisting vines. Little deer with delicate antlers peeped through the woodwork. In the center was the strangest carving of all. A small man with goat's legs, tiny horns on his head, a long, sharp beard. He wore a wide grin that never changed. The children had given him a grand name: Major General Field Sergeant Commander billy goat's legs. It was far too important for such a ridiculous figure. Yet he seemed to enjoy it. He watched the room day and night. Beneath the cabinet, on a table under a tall mirror, stood two china figures. A delicate shepherdess in shining shoes, and beside her, a neat little chimney sweep. They stood very close together, as though neither wished to stand alone. The shepherdess and the little chimney sweep had grown very close. Every day, they stood side by side on the table, sharing quiet moments. It was clear to everyone who watched that they belonged together. Not far from them, a larger china figure presided over the table. He claimed to be the shepherdess's grandfather. His posture was stiff. His eyes seemed to hold authority over everyone around him. One morning, the cabinet's little goat-legged commander sprang forward. "Will you marry me?" he demanded. His voice echoed strangely through the silent room. The old grandfather nodded, a simple tilt of his head, but it meant consent. The shepherdess gasped. "I cannot stay in the dark cupboard with him," she whispered. She had heard rumors that he already had many wives hidden inside its drawers. 12, some said. She could not bear to join them. But the grandfather insisted. Tonight would be the wedding. And with that, he fell asleep, leaving no more words. The shepherdess turned to her chimney sweep, her little eyes shining with tears. "Please," she begged, "let us leave this place. Let us go out into the wide world." The sweep looked at her firmly. "I will go wherever you wish," he said. "Let us leave at once." Together, they made their decision. They would escape, no matter the danger, no matter how far the world seemed. With steady hands, the little chimney sweep helped the shepherdess step onto the edge of the table. Each footfall was cautious, as if the slightest slip would send them tumbling. He held her hand firmly, guiding her toward the carved ornaments that served as tiny footholds. At last, they reached the floor. Relief warmed them for a moment. But the cabinet did not remain still. Carved stags twisted their necks. Antlers clashed against the wooden frame. The goat-legged commander leapt into the air. "They are running away," he shouted. The shepherdess's heart thumped. "Quick, hide!" she cried. They ducked into a nearby drawer. Inside, a miniature theater had been set up. Little queens of cards fanned themselves with tulips. Behind them, the card soldiers stood in neat rows, heads above and below. A play unfolded. Two lovers were forbidden to marry. The shepherdess pressed her hands to her cheeks. "This is too much like our story," she whispered. The chimney sweep squeezed her shoulder gently. "We must move," "We cannot linger here," he said. Her tears fell, soaking the hem of her dress. The drawer's soft shadows could not comfort her. The tiny theater, the shouting commander, the restless carvings, it was all too much. She could not remain in this room of chaos. Together, hearts pounding, they prepared to leave their familiar world behind. They slipped out of the drawer. The old grandfather shook violently. Wood creaked. Suddenly, he toppled to the floor with a heavy crash. The shepherdess jumped back. Her little hands trembled. I am frightened," she whispered. The chimney sweep knelt beside her. "Quick," he said. "Perhaps we can hide in the potpourri jar." She shook her head. "No," she said firmly. "They were once lovers. We cannot find safety there. It will not help us." The sweep studied her. "The world outside is large. We may never return. Do you have courage?" She lifted her chin. "I have courage," she replied. "We have no choice but to go out into the wide world." He nodded. "Then my way is through the stove," he explained, "through the firebox and up the chimney. You can follow me. I will guide every step." Darkness lay ahead. The stove's black mouth seemed endless. She swallowed her fear. Her hand met his. Together, they stepped into the shadows. Each small movement brought them closer to freedom. The room behind them grew distant. Every heartbeat carried resolve. They were ready to face the world beyond the table. They crept through the stove. Darkness wrapped around them like a thick blanket. Every step was slow. Every handhold carefully chosen. At last, they reached the chimney shaft. Above them, a small star shone faintly. Its light promised a way forward. "Keep close to me," the chimney sweep whispered. "Step where I step. Hold tight." The climb was steep. The shepherdess's tiny feet slipped on rough bricks. He steadied her. Step by step, they rose higher. Finally, they reached the top. The world opened before them. Roofs stretched fray and wide. Tiny streets wound below. The sky sparkled with countless stars. The shepherdess pressed her hands to her face. "I cannot bear it," she sobbed. "The world is too large. I wish we were back on the table." Her tears fell onto the chimney sweep's shoulder. He tried to reason. "It is vast, yes, but we are safe. See how high we are. No one can reach us." "I want to go home," she said, voice trembling. "I cannot be happy out here." He looked at her. Her fear was clear. He sighed softly and nodded. "Then we shall return," he said. The night wind brushed their faces, stars glimmered above, and for a moment the world felt impossibly wide and impossibly frightening. The chimney's shadows seemed even darker on the way down. Each careful step tested their balance. The shepherdess clutched the sweep's hand tightly. Finally, they reached the stove again. They moved slowly, crawling through the black passage. Every sound was amplified. A creak, a whisper, a drop of dust. They pressed themselves behind the firebox door. The room lay still. Nothing stirred. Not a single cabinet figure moved. Peeking out, they gasped. The grandfather lay in pieces on the floor. His wooden back split. His head rolled into a corner. The room was quiet. Too quiet. Above him, the goat-legged Major General remained in his usual place. His gaze seemed fixed on them, sharp and accusing. Yet he did not move. Perhaps he was stunned by the sudden fall. The shepherdess sank to her knees. Her fingers trembled as she reached toward the broken figure. "Oh no," she whispered. "This is all our fault." The chimney sweep knelt beside her. "Do not worry," he murmured. "We will find a way. We are still here. Nothing is lost." Their breaths mingled in the quiet room. The tension hung thick in the air. The broken grandfather, the silent commander, and two tiny figures caught between fear and hope, ready for what must come next. Tears ran down the shepherdess's cheeks. She stared at the broken grandfather, pieces scattered across the floor. "It is my fault," she whispered. "I should have stayed. I should never have asked to leave." Her shoulders shook with quiet sobs. Her little hands trembled as she touched a fallen arm. The chimney sweep knelt beside her. "Listen," he said gently. "No blame belongs to you. We acted together, and we can fix this." He picked up a tiny piece and turned it in his hands. "We can rivet him," he explained. "Put a strong pin through his back. It will hold him together. He will be as good as new." The shepherdess looked doubtful. "Can it really work?" she asked softly. Her hope flickered like a candle in the dark. "Yes," he said firmly. "Step by step, piece by piece, he will be whole again." Together, they carried the grandfather's pieces back to the table. The shepherdess positioned herself carefully. The sweep adjusted his own stance. Slowly, the pieces were aligned. The rivet was set. A quiet relief settled over the table. The room no longer felt quite so heavy. Soft regret lingered, but hope had returned. They had survived. And for the first time since their escape, the shepherdess felt a small comfort in being back where they belonged. The family carefully repaired the grandfather. Wood glue filled the cracks. A strong rivet was placed through his neck. Piece by piece, he was restored to his former shape. He looked as good as new. The paint gleamed. The joints fit perfectly. Yet something had changed. He could no longer nod his head. The simple motion that once gave him authority was gone. From his usual perch, the goat-legged Major General spoke. "Will you give her to me?" he demanded again. His voice carried the same sharpness, but now it was met with silence. The shepherdess froze. The chimney sweep tightened his grip on her hand. If the grandfather nodded, they feared the answer would be yes. But the grandfather's head remained still. A quiet irony filled the air. The powerful authority that had once ruled them so strictly was now helpless. The Major General's demand was ignored, even without anyone daring to say no. The room seemed to exhale. Freedom had returned, small and silent. The shepherdess and the chimney sweep exchanged a glance, relief softening their tension. Though the grandfather stood whole again, he could no longer impose his will. The balance had shifted, and the little China couple, fragile but brave, could now remain together without fear. The tiny figures huddled together on the table. They could feel each other's warmth through the smooth china. Outside, the room was quiet, but the carvings seemed to watch with mild curiosity. Even the Major General, stiff and goat-legged, could do nothing. He could shout, he could frown, but he could no longer move them. The shepherdess leaned against her chimney sweep. "We may be fragile," she whispered, "but no one can separate us now." And so they stayed close, side by side, loving each other as much as any china could love. Until one day, when the pieces might scatter again, their bond would remain. Delicate, precious, unshakable. The cabinet creaked softly. The carved deer tilted their heads, and the world outside could wait a little longer. For on that small table, a shepherdess and a chimney sweep had discovered that even fragile hearts could be brave, and even a tiny escape could become a lifetime of love. Along Denmark's quiet coast, the sea stretches wide and calm. Each day, great ships pass by. Some come from far lands. Some carry flags of distant nations. As they glide over the water, they turn toward the old castle. Cannons rise. Boom, boom. It is not a warning. It is a greeting. The castle answers back. Boom, boom. It is saying, "Welcome. We see you." The waves move gently. The sky watches in silence. Everything feels peaceful, strong, timeless. When winter arrives, the sea changes. Ice spreads across the water like glass. The ships disappear. Paths form where waves once danced. People walk across the frozen sound. They meet in the middle. They smile. They shake hands. They share bread and stories. No cannons speak now. Only human voices. Only warmth. Above all of this stands the ancient castle. Tall, quiet, watchful. Its walls hide deep chambers, dark passages, places no sunlight reaches. And somewhere below, far beneath stone and silence, a forgotten secret waits. Deep beneath the ancient castle, far below stone and shadow, a warrior rests in silence. No footsteps reach him. No voices disturb him. He sits at a heavy stone table. His armor covers him like a second skin. Iron and steel shine softly in the dark. One strong arm supports his head. The other lies still at his side. His long beard flows downward. It touches the cold marble. It has rested there for so long that it seems rooted in place. This is Holger Danske, the guardian of the land. He sleeps, but his sleep is not empty. In his dreams, he sees everything: the cities, the fields, the people, their joys, their worries. Nothing escapes his quiet watch. Once every year, on Christmas Eve, a gentle light enters the cellar. An angel stands beside him. The angel whispers, "All is well. Your dreams are true. Denmark is safe." And Holger sleeps again in peace. But the angel always adds one warning. One day, danger will come. When that hour arrives, you will awaken. On that day, the stone table will crack. The beard will tear free. The ground will tremble. And Holger Danske will rise. His strength will shake nations. His voice will reach distant lands. Until then, he waits, silent, patient, eternal. In a small, warm room near the harbor, an old grandfather sat beside a wooden table. A lamp glowed softly above him. Its light danced on the walls. Across from him sat his little grandson, wrapped in a blanket, eyes wide, listening closely. The old man's voice was low and gentle. Every word was careful. Every pause was filled with meaning. He spoke of heroes, of courage, of hidden strength, and the boy believed him, because a grandfather never lies. While he spoke, The old man worked. A block of wood rested before him. Sharp tools lay nearby. His hands moved slowly, surely, lovingly. Tap, scrape, carve. Each stroke shaped a story. Each cut carried memory. Hours passed, yet he did not notice. At last, a figure appeared. A tall warrior stood in wood. A long beard flowed down his chest. One hand held a mighty axe. The other rested on a shield of Danish arms. His posture was firm. His gaze was forward, proud, unshaken. It was not just a statue. It was a promise, a symbol of courage, a reminder of who they were and who they could become. The old grandfather lifted the wooden figure. He turned it slowly in the light. "Look closely," he said. On the shield were lions and hearts. Bright, clear, alive. "The lions," he whispered, "stand for strength, and the hearts for kindness and love. True power needs both." As he spoke, his thoughts began to travel. The first glowing heart led him to a narrow prison. Cold walls, heavy doors. Inside sat a noble woman, alone, unbroken. Though chained by stone, her spirit was free. Her courage shone brighter than gold. "That," he said softly, "is a pure heart." The second heart carried him to the sea. Dark waves crashed, cannon's eyes thundered, smoke filled the air. A brave sailor stood on deck. Fire surrounded him, danger everywhere. To save his fleet, he chose sacrifice. One moment of courage, one final light. The third heart drifted north, to frozen shores, to humble huts. There lived a preacher, kind in word, strong in faith. He ruled with love, not force. The last heart moved inland, to a simple home. A king stood among farmers. He wrote his name with chalk, not on marble, on wood, to show, "I am one of you." The old grandfather paused. He set down his tools. A tear slipped from his eye. He wiped it carefully. Then he sat in silence, letting memories flow. The room was quiet. Only the lamp flickered, casting soft light across the wooden floor. A gentle voice broke the stillness. "Grandfather, supper is ready," his daughter called. He nodded, smiling faintly, and returned his attention to the figure. The interruption was soft, like a breeze across the harbor. As he carved, his mind wandered far back. He remembered the English fleet, the thunder of cannons, the sails whipping in the wind. Beside him, a soldier moved with uncanny courage. He sang old songs even as battle raged. He fired, he fought, as if fear could not touch him. The grandfather often wondered, could it have been Holger Danske himself? A mysterious presence come from the depths of the castle to protect them in the hour of need? He glanced at the wooden statue. Its shadow stretched across the wall. It seemed to shift. The lamp's flame wavered. For a moment, the figure appeared almost alive, strong, silent, watching. The grandfather shivered slightly, yet he knew the mystery was part of the story. Some things could not be explained. Some heroes existed in whispers, in dreams, and in shadows. The aroma of warm bread and simmering stew filled the small room. The family gathered around the table, each taking their seat. The boy's eyes sparkled with curiosity, while the grandfather's hands rested gently on the edge of the wooden surface. They spoke quietly, sharing thoughts of courage and honor. The conversation was slow, deliberate, and calm, each word carrying the weight of history. Strength, the grandfather said, is not only found in swords and shields. He gestured toward the shelves lined with old books and plays. These pages hold battles of a different kind, ideas, knowledge, and stories. They shape hearts and minds. He spoke of artists who sculpted not for war, but for truth. Astronomers who traced the stars, guiding humanity with patience and clarity. Every act of learning, every creation of beauty, he explained, was another way of protecting the people. The boy listened closely, imagining the courage it took to fight with wisdom. Finally, the grandfather lifted a simple glass of cider. "We honor the past," he said softly, "and we trust the future. Let us drink to hope, to knowledge, to the courage of those who came before us, and to those who will rise when the time is right." The family raised their glasses together. A quiet warmth filled the room, a shared belief that strength was as much in the mind and heart as it was in iron and steel. That night, the boy lay beneath his blanket, eyes wide open, mind alive with visions. He imagined the castle on the distant coast, its towers reaching toward the stars. Within its walls, he pictured the great hall, and far below, in the silent cellar, Holger Danske, resting as he had always dreamed. The boy pressed his hands to his chest, feeling the weight of a long, flowing beard and the strength it seemed to hold. In his imagination, he could hear the faint echo of stone and armor, and a quiet presence that promised protection. Far away, in his deep chamber, Holger Danske dreamed as well. he sensed the small room of the boy, the soft lamp light, and the gentle murmur of stories told. Every word the grandfather had spoken reached him in his sleep. In that silent space between dream and reality, they became aware of one another. A bridge of time and spirit connected the ancient hero with the young boy who would carry memory forward. And then, in the quiet of the cellar, Holger's voice rose, though only in dreams. "Remember me, Danish people. Keep me alive in your hearts. I will return in the hour of need, and when the world calls, I shall rise." The boy felt a shiver of hope. Somewhere beneath the castle, the guardian listened, waiting, while above, life went on in gentle rhythm. Morning light stretched over the castle, turning stone walls golden and bright. A gentle wind drifted across the harbor, carrying the distant sound of horns from the neighboring shores. Ships began to glide across the water once more, their sails full and proud. Cannons boomed in greeting, not in warning, not in anger, but in the simple language of respect and recognition. Boom, boom. Each salute answered in kind. Boom, boom. The air was filled with rhythm and ritual. Sailors waved to one another, smiles passing between crews, acknowledging the castle and all it represented. Yet far below, the hero remained undisturbed. Holger Danske did not stir. The cannon fire did not rouse him. The sounds were gentle words, not calls to action. He slept on, armor gleaming faintly in the shadowed light, his beard resting as it had for countless years, silent, patient, eternal. Above him, life moved forward in calm, peaceful, and secure. The world hummed around him, but the promise of his awakening lingered quietly, held in reserve for the day when danger would truly come. For now, Denmark could breathe, its guardian at rest, and the castle stood tall, watching over land and sea, a steadfast symbol of hope and quiet strength. Even as the morning spread across the castle, a stillness lingered in the air. The world moved gently, but deep beneath the stone floors, Holger Danske remained at rest. The old guardian's presence was calm, quiet, patient, like the roots of an ancient tree, gathering strength in silence. No one could see the power stored within him. No one could measure the waiting energy that would one day surge forth to defend the land he had sworn to protect. Yet it was not fear that filled the air. It was assurance, a knowledge that courage and vigilance can be quiet, that true strength often lies hidden, waiting for the moment it is needed most. And so, the prophecy remained. When danger truly comes, Holger Danske will rise. He will stride from the shadows. His might will reach across lands. His protection will be absolute. But for now, the world could rest. Ships sailed, flags fluttered, and children dreamed. The castle watched. The guardian slept. Peace lingered like soft music. And in the hearts of all who heard the tale, hope glimmered gently, warm and steady, like a lamp in the night. The story settled softly over the land, ready to be carried in dreams, patiently waiting for the day the hero would awaken. Evening settled gently over the busy town. The streets were still alive with movement and noise. The sinking sun brushed the rooftops with warm gold. Chimneys glowed softly in the fading light. Then, for a brief moment, a delicate sound floated through the air. It was like the distant ringing of a church bell. But just as quickly, it disappeared, swallowed by rolling wheels, clattering carts, and the steady hum of voices. Listen. The evening bell, some people would say. It always rings when the sun goes down. Beyond the crowded lanes, the world felt different. The houses grew fewer. Gardens opened wide. Little fields stretched under the sky. Out there, the sound could be heard more clearly, softer, deeper, stranger. It seemed to drift from somewhere far away, from the heart of the quiet forest. And whenever it echoed through the air, people felt something stir inside them. A calm curiosity, a gentle, almost sacred pull, drawing their eyes toward the woods. Days went by, but the strange sound was not forgotten. Curiosity slowly grew into a shared question. Was there a hidden church somewhere in the forest? Was that where the bell was ringing from? At last, people decided to find out. They would go and see for themselves. The wealthy arranged their carriages. The poor set out on foot. All moved toward the same distant woods. The road felt longer than expected. Dust rose. Feet ached. Conversations faded into tired silence. By the time they reached a line of willow trees standing at the forest's edge, many believed the journey was complete. "This must be the place," they said. They sat beneath the hanging branches, glad to rest. Soon, a confectioner from town arrived. He set up a small stall of sweets and treats. Before long, another vendor joined him. He decorated his stand with a bell overhead, coated to resist the rain. But the bell had no tongue. It could not ring. Still, no one seemed to mind. The search slowly softened into leisure. People sipped tea. They talked, laughed, and relaxed. The mystery drifted into the background. When they returned home that night, they smiled and called the outing romantic. But nothing had truly been discovered. The journey had become a picnic, a pleasant memory, not an answer. After some time, 3 travelers spoke with confidence. They claimed they had gone far beyond the others, deep into the forest's shadowy paths. Yet the strange sound puzzled them. Out there, it no longer seemed ahead. It felt as if it followed them, as though it came drifting from the town behind. Their story only deepened the mystery. Among the listeners was a poet. He closed his eyes and spoke softly. To him, the bell was not a thing of metal and rope. It was like a mother's voice, gentle, loving, wise, calling to a child she understood completely. People were moved by the image. The bell became something warm and comforting, a symbol of tenderness rather than a sound to be traced. Word of the wonder traveled far. At last, it reached the emperor himself. Intrigued, he made a royal announcement. Whoever discovered the true source of the bell would receive a noble title, Bell Ringer to the World. Ambition quickly replaced curiosity. Many now set out, eager for honor and reward. But only one man returned with an answer. He declared that the sound came from a large owl living inside a hollow tree. The creature, he said, knocked its head again and again, creating the echo people heard. Still, he admitted uncertainty. Was it the owl or the empty trunk that made the sound? No matter. He was granted the grand title. Each year, he wrote long papers about his theory. Yet, for all his effort, no one truly understood the bell any better. Then came Confirmation Day, a day of meaning, a day of change. The church was filled with quiet attention. Clergy delivered a sermon that touched every heart. Voices were gentle. Words were deep. The children listened in stillness. They felt something shifting inside them, as if childhood were slowly loosening its hold, as if a more thoughtful self were beginning to rise. When the ceremony ended, sunlight poured brightly across the world outside, and once again, the mysterious bell was heard, clearer than ever, stronger, closer. A thrill passed through the young group. Most of them made a quick decision. They would follow the sound. But 3 chose not to go. One girl hurried home, thinking only of her ball dress. The celebration meant more to her than the search. A poor boy had borrowed fine clothes for the ceremony. He had promised to return them on time. Duty pulled him back. Another child quietly refused as well. He never went anywhere unfamiliar without his parents beside him. He wished to remain obedient, always. The others laughed and teased them lightly. Then they turned toward the woods. Hand in hand, they walked together, singing as they went. No ranks, no titles, no differences. All equal, all young. Before long, two of the smallest grew weary. They waved goodbye and returned home. Two girls stayed behind to gather flowers, weaving bright garlands in the grass. And so, the group became smaller, yet continued forward. The children soon arrived at the familiar willow trees where the town stalls had once been set up. "This is far enough," some of them said. "Perhaps there was never any real bell. Maybe it's only something people imagine." Their words had barely faded when the sound rose again through the air. Clear, deep, solemn. It rolled across the woods with quiet power. Several hearts stirred at once. Courage returned. A few decided to keep going. They stepped beyond the open edge and into the thicker forest. The world changed quickly. Tall trees crowded close together. Soft light filtered through shifting leaves. Bright flowers bloomed in wild clusters. Vines looped from branch to branch. Birdsong echoed gently overhead. It was beautiful, but the path grew difficult. The ground turned uneven. Roots twisted underfoot. Large stones, heavy with moss, blocked the way. Clear spring water slipped through the rocks, making curious, ringing sounds. Could that be the bell? One child wondered. He lay flat on the earth to listen closely, testing the bubbling stream. The others moved ahead without him. Soon they discovered a small hut tucked beneath a wide fruit tree. Red roses bloomed across its roof, and from the wooden gable, a tiny bell was hanging. Excited voices rose at once. "This must be it!" But one boy quietly shook his head. "The sound is too thin," he said, "and far too small to carry so far." Only then did the others realize who spoke. The king's son. They laughed at his doubt. Certain they were right. So he left them behind and walked deeper into the forest alone. The forest grew dense. The prince moved carefully among the roots and shadows. Quiet fell around him. Every sound felt sacred. Each rustle, each bird call made him pause in awe. He could hear faint echoes of the small bell. A soft, distant singing drifted from the other path. Yet beneath it, a deeper sound thrummed. Strong, steady, almost like an organ. It seemed to pulse beside his heart. He stopped, listened. Let the rhythm guide him. Suddenly, a movement came from the bushes. The poor boy appeared, walking slowly. His jacket was old. His shoes were wooden again. "I had to come back," the boy whispered. The bell's call was too strong to ignore. The prince nodded. "Shall we go together?" The boy shook his head. He felt ashamed of walking slowly. He believed the grand wonders lay along a different path. They parted, each respecting the other's choice. The prince continued alone. Sunlight flickered through the trees. Shadows stretched across moss and rocks. Step by step, he followed the sound. It led him not just through the forest, but deeper into a quiet reverence. Each beat of his heart matched the music of the unseen bell. The poor boy pushed into a thick tangle of thorns. Branches scratched his arms and face. His clothes tore, and tiny cuts stung. The prince followed along a brighter path. Sunlight made the forest warm, but the ground was uneven. Roots and rocks forced careful steps. Still, he promised himself he would find the bell, no matter the cost. Above them, monkeys chattered angrily. They bared their teeth and leapt from branch to branch, mocking the intruders. The prince did not flinch. He walked steadily onward, fearless. The forest itself seemed to change. Colors deepened. Flowers glowed with rare brilliance. Sunlight danced on leaves. Meadows opened between the trees. Deer grazed quietly, watching the travelers. Giant oaks and beech trees stood like guardians. Some had split bark where grass and flowers grew. Clear lakes reflected the sky. Swans glided gracefully across the water, wings glinting. The prince often paused. He closed his eyes, listened carefully. The bell's sound seemed to come from every direction. He realized the source was still far away. It called to him deeper into the forest. Each step was a trial. Each sound a guide. The woods stretched endlessly, beautiful and dangerous all at once. And yet he pressed forward, drawn by the invisible bell, determined to reach it no matter what lay ahead. The sky flared with crimson as the sun sank low. Shadows stretched between the trees. Even the birds fell silent. The prince came to a halt, chest heaving. Fatigue pressed on him, and doubt whispered at the edges of his mind. Had he gone too far? Would he ever find the source of the mysterious bell? He sank to his knees on a mossy rock. Hands folded, eyes closed, he began to hum an evening hymn. The forest seemed to lean in, listening. Each note grounded him. Each breath cleared a little fear. Even as his limbs ached, hope flickered stubbornly inside him. Ahead, Ahead, jagged rocks jutted from the earth. They loomed like silent guardians of the summit. The prince gripped roots and twisted vines. Step by cautious step, he climbed. The stones were slick with dew. Water snakes slithered near his hands. Toads croaked warnings as he passed. Every step required focus, courage, and patience. Sunlight turned golden on the highest branches. With a final effort, he pulled himself up. At last, he reached the top just before the sun disappeared behind the horizon. From this height, the world stretched endlessly. The forest below glowed in fading light. The air carried the faintest echo of the bell, calling him onward. The prince breathed deeply. He had climbed beyond exhaustion, beyond fear, and now faced the forest in all its silent majesty. Ahead, the forest opened onto a breathtaking sight. The vast ocean spread endlessly, waves rolling toward the horizon. The sun hovered low, glowing like a golden altar. Its light spilled across sea and sky, melting them together in fiery colors. The prince felt a thrill inside his chest. The forest, the water, the heavens, they seemed to sing in harmony with him. Every tree and every cloud became part of a living cathedral. Tall trunks rose like sacred pillars. The ground beneath him felt like a velvet carpet, woven from earth and grass. Above, the sky stretched like a vast dome, majestic and infinite. As the sun dipped further, its colors softened. One by one, stars blinked awake, like diamonds scattered across the heavens. The entire universe glimmered as if lit by countless divine lamps. The prince raised his arms. He breathed in the beauty, the unity, the quiet power of it all. Then movement drew his gaze. The poor boy appeared, having found his own path through the woods. No words were needed. They shared a glance that spoke of triumph and wonder. Despite differences in birth and status, they had reached the same sacred place. They ran toward each other, hands meeting in joyful embrace. Above them, though unseen, the holy bell rang at last. A deep, resonant sound that carried across land, sea, and sky. Around them, the world seemed to rejoice. Invisible spirits sang, danced, and celebrated. The two children, hearts united in awe, felt the forest, the ocean, and the stars echo their joy. The mystery had ended, yet its wonder would live forever in their hearts. Grandmother is very old. Her face is lined with gentle wrinkles. Her hair is white, soft as winter snow. But when you look into her eyes, you notice something strange. They are calm, almost like two quiet stars shining in the night. They are not bright like the eyes of young people. They glow softly instead. When those eyes rest on you, you feel peaceful, as if they carry kindness gathered from many years. Grandmother moves slowly. Every step is careful and graceful. She has lived a long life, a life that has known both happiness and sorrow. And somehow she has made peace with all of it. But the most wonderful thing about Grandmother is her stories. Oh, the stories she tells. When she begins to speak, the room grows still. The past wakes up again. Old days return. Forgotten voices seem to whisper through her words. We children sit close to her chair and listen. She knows so many stories. Of course she does. Grandmother was already here long before our father and mother were even born. Beside Grandmother's chair, there was a small wooden table. On it lay her old hymn book. The cover was worn. Two small silver clasps held it closed. Grandmother often reached for it. She opened it carefully. Her fingers moved slowly over the pages. Between the yellowed sheets lay a rose. It had been pressed flat for many years. The petals were pale and fragile. The stem was thin and brittle. The color had faded. The flower seemed almost gone. Grandmother looked at it and smiled softly. It was a gentle smile, but it was also sad. There was joy in it, and a quiet sorrow, too. Her eyes sometimes grew wet. We children watched her closely. We whispered to each other. We did not understand. Why did Grandmother care so much for this tiny, withered rose? What memory could it hold? The rose was small, fragile, and quiet. Yet somehow it seemed to carry a whole lifetime inside. Grandmother's tears fell onto the pressed rose. The air changed. A faint fragrance rose from the petals. The room seemed to melt around us. The walls shimmered in a soft golden haze. Light spread through the space, warm and gentle. Suddenly, we were no longer in Grandmother's parlor. We stood in a forest. Green trees stretched high above. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. Birds sang in the branches. The earth smelled of grass and summer. And there she was, Grandmother. But she was not old. She was young again, radiant and full of life. Her cheeks glowed like morning roses. Her hair curled lightly around her shoulders. Her step was quick and lively, as if laughing. Only her eyes were the same. They were calm, deep, like the quiet stars we had seen all our lives. We watched her move through the forest. Every gesture was light, joyful, and alive. It was the grandmother we had always known, but young, free, and radiant. Beside young grandmother sat a man, tall, strong, gentle. He reached for her hand. She took it without hesitation. In his other hand, he held a rose, fresh, red, and full of life. He gave it to her. She smiled. It was a smile full of joy. Pure happiness shone in her face. It was a moment that seemed to stop time. We children could feel it too. Even in the vision, the happiness was real. We could see why the rose was so precious. Then the scene began to fade. The forest softened. The light dimmed. Grandmother's youth slowly disappeared. Time passed. The young man was gone. The rose dried and lost its color. It returned to the hymn book, pressed and fragile. Yet the memory remained. The joy, the love, and that first awakening of hope were still there, all held in a tiny, fragile rose. A rose that would last for years. A rose that would always remind grandmother of her youth. That evening, grandmother sat with us in the warm light of the room. Her hands rested on her lap, and we gathered close to hear her stories. She told them often, but tonight her tale was long and beautiful. It spoke of kings and angels, of small miracles hiding in ordinary days. Her voice was soft, yet every word felt alive. We listened, eyes wide, hearts full. When she finished, she sighed. "I am tired," she said. She leaned back in her chair, resting her head gently. We thought she had only fallen asleep. Her breathing was slow, soft, like the rhythm of a lullaby. It became slower still, each breath quieter than the last. Then it stopped. A calm spread over her face. Her lips curved in a gentle smile. It was the same quiet joy she had carried all her life. A smile that seemed to hold every memory, every happiness, and every love she had ever known. In that moment, we felt peace. There was no fear, only warmth, only love. The adults whispered that grandmother had passed. We children could not believe it. She looked so calm, so peaceful. It did not seem possible that she was gone. Preparations for her burial began. She was placed in a black coffin. Inside, the white linen shone softly, wrapping her with care. Even in death, she looked beautiful, serene. The wrinkles that had marked her years seemed gentler, softer. Her hymn book rested beneath her head, just as she had wished. and between its pages, the pressed rose remained, faded, fragile, precious. We watched silently as she was carried outside. The coffin was placed near the churchyard wall. The wind rustled through the grass. Birds sang quietly in the trees. Though she was gone from our sight, her presence lingered. The rose, the book, the gentle smile, they stayed with us. Even in that black coffin, there was comfort, a connection to her life, her love, and her memories. It felt as if she were still there, watching, caring, always. Spring touched the grave with soft warmth. From the earth, a rose tree began to grow. Its branches reached toward the sky. Flowers opened slowly, bright and full of color. A nightingale perched among the branches and sang. Its song drifted with the gentle breeze. Far off, the church organ played softly, mixing with the music of the wind. The grass swayed. The petals shimmered in the sunlight. It felt alive, almost like the world itself was breathing. We thought of grandmother. She was no longer in the grave. She had crossed beyond, where pain and loss could not touch her. Yet she lived in memory, in our hearts, in the gentle smile that lingered, in the stories she had told, and her eyes, the same calm, eternal eyes, like stars that never fade. Someday, we would see her again, young, radiant, full of joy. And in that moment, we would know love like hers belongs to eternity. It cannot be lost. It only lives on. Once upon a quiet time, there lived a darning needle who believed she was the most refined object ever made. She was long and slender. Her steel body shone brightly in the light. Her point was sharp and elegant, and she knew it. "Please handle me with care," she would whisper whenever fingers picked her up. "I am extremely delicate." The fingers turned her gently, but the needle held her head high. "I am not like the ordinary tools in this box," she often said. "I am far too fine for rough work." Behind her trailed a long thread. The needle admired it greatly. "Look at that," she said proudly. "I travel with a train." The thread drifted softly behind her as she moved, and she felt quite grand indeed. The needle believed she was meant for the most elegant tasks. Fine embroidery, delicate fabrics, beautiful designs. Surely something so slender and shining could not belong to the coarse world of ordinary work. Yet the world, as it often does, was preparing a small test, and the needle's pride was about to meet reality. The needle was taken from the workbox. The cook's slipper had a tear. It needed mending. The needle peered at the rough leather. "Surely this is not for me," she whispered. "This coarse, heavy material. I am far too delicate." The fingers guided her forward. She pressed, and the leather resisted. Snap! The needle broke clean in two. "Oh," she sighed, "I knew this would happen. I am too fine for such work." The fingers examined her and murmured, "She is useless now." But the cook had a plan. A small drop of sealing wax was pressed on her blunt end. She pinned the handkerchief in place. The needle felt triumphant. "At last, my worth is recognized," she said. "I have been promoted. I am no longer ordinary. I am a fine breastpin, worthy of respect." She rested there, tall and proud, certain that everyone could see her elegance. The needle sat upright on the handkerchief. She held herself as still and proper as a queen. Beside her lay a simple pin. It was plain, with no shine to speak of. "Are you made of gold?" the needle asked. Her tone was polite, but full of pride. "Your head is small. Your shimmer is faint. Still, do grow. One cannot expect greatness from everyone." The little pin said nothing. The needle admired herself instead, thinking how far above the ordinary she was. She tried to straighten, to appear taller, more elegant, but her balance was tricky. Suddenly, she wobbled. She tumbled. Splash! She fell straight into the sink. Water swirled around her slender body. She spun gently, carried by the current. "This is the start of my grand journey," she whispered. "I shall not be lost. I am far too fine for that." The drain pulled her along, faster and faster, and she began her first real adventure outside the workbox. The needle drifted into a narrow gutter. Bits of straw, wood, and torn paper floated around her. She tilted slightly, watching them pass. "Such ordinary things," she said softly. "They think they are important. How very small their lives seem next to mine." A flash of light caught her eye. A tiny shard of glass sparkled nearby, sharp and bright. The needle lifted her head. "You must be a diamond," she said, admiring it. "Nothing I have seen shines like you." The glass glimmered back. "Perhaps something like that," it replied, quietly pleased. They settled side by side. They spoke of their value, their elegance. The needle told stories of the cook's 5 fingers. Thumb, short, and strong. Middle finger, tall and proud. Ring finger, wearing gold. Little finger, idle and leisurely. All so foolish, she whispered. We, at least, shine quietly. Suddenly, rainwater rushed through the gutter. The glass shard was swept away. The needle remained, floating alone, still proud, still convinced of her own worth. The needle floated quietly, all alone. She looked around at the muddy water and drifting scraps. Still, I am far too fine to follow this current, she said softly. The world should come to me, not I to it. She thought about her own brilliance. Perhaps I was made from a sunbeam, she murmured. The light itself must be seeking me wherever I go. A faint memory stirred. She once had an eye, long ago, broken and lost. Still, she refused to shed a tear. A lady must never cry, she whispered proudly. She reflected on her own importance, how others failed to see her true value, how ordinary things drifted by, blind to her elegance. The water rippled gently. Time passed. The world moved on. But the needle remained certain of herself. She was refined. She was important. And in her mind, that alone was enough. A splash of movement caught the needle's attention. 2 street boys were poking through the gutter, searching for little treasures. One reached down and pricked his finger. "Ouch!" he cried. He grabbed the needle and held her up. "Hello, I am a lady," the needle declared proudly. But no one listened. Time had changed her. The sealing wax was gone. Dirt darkened her shining steel, yet she saw nothing to mourn. Black suits me, she thought. It makes me look even slimmer, even more elegant than before. The boys laughed and found an empty eggshell nearby. They stuck the needle upright through it. "Now you have a ship," one said. The needle surveyed her new vessel. White against her dark form, it was perfect. "Oh, how stylish," she murmured. "I sail with grace and dignity." The small shell drifted along the gutter, carrying her gently. She felt grand, afloat on her miniature voyage, certain that all who saw her would admire this new journey. The little eggshell floated slowly down the gutter. The needle held herself upright, imagining a grand voyage. "I sail with dignity," she whispered. "My steel stomach will endure anything." Water rippled and splashed around her. Then a wagon passed nearby, wheels pounding the street. Water sprayed violently. The eggshell creaked under the pressure. "Oh dear," the needle gasped. "I think I might be breaking." For a moment, she feared the worst. But when the water settled, she found herself intact. The shell was cracked, and gone, but she lay half buried in the mud. Her slender body glinted faintly in the last light of the setting sun. She did not move. No one noticed her. The street was quiet, yet she whispered to herself, proud as ever, I am refined. I am important. Even if no one sees it, I will never forget who I am. And so she remained, forgotten by all, but ever convinced of her own elegance. It was the final night of the year. The air was bitterly cold. Snow drifted down through the dark streets. Through the freezing night walked a poor little girl. She was alone. She had no hat on her head and no shoes on her feet. When she first left home, she had worn a pair of slippers, but they were much too large for her. They had once belonged to her mother. Earlier that evening, she had run across a busy street to avoid 2 rushing carriages. In the hurry, the slippers slipped off her feet. One of them disappeared in the snow. The other was snatched up by a laughing boy who ran away with it. So now the little girl walked barefoot on the icy road. Her tiny feet were red and numb from the cold. She carried a small bundle of matches in her apron. More matches rested in her hands. All day long she had tried to sell them, but no one had bought a single match. No one had given her even one small coin. She shivered as she wandered slowly through the streets. From the windows of warm houses, golden light spilled onto the snow, and from inside came the delicious smell of holiday food. It was New Year's Eve. Hungry, cold, and very tired, the little girl searched quietly for somewhere to sit and rest. At last, the little girl found a narrow corner between 2 tall houses. One wall stuck out farther than the other, blocking some of the wind. She slowly sat down on the cold ground. Pulling her small feet beneath her dress, she tried to keep a little warmth in her body. But the icy wind still slipped through the streets and wrapped around her. She shivered. The child dared not go home. She had not sold a single match all day. And without money, her father would surely be angry. Besides, their house was hardly warmer than the street. The roof was full of cracks, and the cold wind crept inside no matter what they did. Her fingers had grown stiff and pale. Perhaps just one match, she thought quietly. Maybe the tiny flame could warm her hands for a moment. Very carefully, she pulled one match from the bundle and struck it against the wall. Scratch. The match burst into life with a soft crackle. A small golden flame flickered in the darkness. In its glow, she imagined something wonderful. A large iron stove appeared before her, shining softly. inside it, a fire burned bright and warm. The heat felt so real. She stretched her cold feet toward the stove, but suddenly, the flame died. The stove vanished. And once again, the little girl sat alone beside the cold stone wall, holding only the burnt match between her fingers. The little girl lit another match. The flame shone brighter this time. The wall in front of her seemed to fade away. Through the light, she saw a warm room. A beautiful table stood in the middle. It was covered with a clean white cloth. Shiny dishes and sparkling plates were laid neatly. In the center of the table sat a roasted goose. It was stuffed with apples and sweet fruit. Steam rose gently, and the smell felt almost real. Then something strange happened. The goose jumped down from the table. It waddled across the floor toward the little girl. A knife and fork were still stuck in its side. She reached out in surprise, but just then, the match burned out. The warm room disappeared instantly. The table vanished. The goose was gone. Once again, the little girl sat beside the cold wall. The street was dark. The wind blew icy around her. She shivered, alone in the night. Carefully, she struck another match. The small flame danced and grew, filling the corner with gentle light. In its glow, a magnificent Christmas tree appeared. It was taller and brighter than any tree she had ever seen, even bigger than the one in the rich shop window. Hundreds of tiny candles flickered along its branches. Ornaments sparkled in red, gold, and green. The little girl's eyes widened with wonder. She reached out her hands toward the glowing lights. Her heart felt warm and hopeful. But the flame trembled and went out. The tree faded, and the bright lights vanished. Then the candles seemed to rise higher, stretching into the night sky. They shone like stars, twinkling above her. One star shot across the sky, leaving a bright trail behind. The girl remembered her grandmother's words. When a star falls, a soul is going up to heaven, she had said. She looked up, thinking of her grandmother, and felt a mix of longing and hope. The little girl struck another match. This time, the glow was different. It felt warmer, softer, almost like a hug. In the gentle light, a familiar face appeared. Her grandmother, the one person who had always loved her. Now she stood there, smiling kindly, glowing softly in the flickering flame. The child's eyes filled with hope. "Grandmother," she whispered, "don't go." She knew the vision would vanish as soon as the match burned out. just like the warm stove, the roast goose, and the shining Christmas tree. Her small hands shook with fear. She quickly struck another match, then another, one after the other. She wanted the bright, golden light to stay. She wanted her grandmother to stay. She wished she could hold on forever. In the warm glow, the little girl felt safe for the first time all night. The cold, the hunger, and the dark street seemed far away. The little girl could hardly keep up with her own hands. One by one, she lit all the matches in the bundle. Suddenly, the corner around her was filled with a dazzling light, brighter than anything she had ever seen, brighter than daylight. Her grandmother now glowed with a gentle, loving radiance. She bent down and lifted the little girl into her arms. Warmth flowed through her body. For the first time, she felt completely safe. Together, they began to rise, up, up into the sky, carried by the golden glow. The cold wind could not reach them here. Hunger, fear, and pain had no place in this bright world. The streets and snow below became tiny and distant. The child nestled close, feeling the love she had longed for. Her grandmother held her gently as they drifted higher and higher. Everything felt peaceful. Everything felt joyful. At last, the little girl knew she was home, far above the troubles of the cold, dark world below. The first light of morning crept over the snow-covered streets. The city slowly woke on the first day of the new year. Passers-by noticed a small figure sitting quietly against a wall. Her cheeks were pale, yet a faint, peaceful smile rested on her lips. The little girl had frozen during the night. The burnt matches, still clutched in her small hands, told a quiet story. Some shook their heads with sadness. They thought she had simply tried to warm herself with the tiny flames. No one knew the visions she had seen. No one could imagine the warmth, the feast, or the glowing Christmas tree. No one understood the joy she had felt in her final moments. And no one realized that far above the cold streets, she had risen into a brighter world. With her grandmother holding her close, she had found peace, love, and light beyond the reach of hunger, cold, or fear. On that New Year's morning, while the snow sparkled, the little girl rested quietly, finally safe, finally happy.